we are going to get started because we want to try to be on schedule because we have quite a tight schedule and we have people online following this, and they deserve, us to be on time. Today, the session will be coordinated by Laura de Miguel. She is a PhD Bachelor in Arts, and she has a very large CV. I think she's one of the most knowledgeable persons about World Heritage in Spain. I don't know how many years she's been already, but many, many years on. And she holds the post of Head of Service of World Heritage in the Ministry of Culture. So she attends a meeting for World Heritage, coordinates the different actors and of World Heritage in Spain. She prepares international meetings. She attends the general meeting of the member states. So she is part of all the World Heritage in Spain. And you almost know all over the World Heritage all over the world. No, and she will be coordinating today's session. So,
muchas gracias, Mónica.
Thank you, Monica. I want to introduce, first of all, today's narrator. Today's rapporteur, Miguel Lassa de la Vega, who will be, playing this role today. So if you want, Miguel, you can take a seat. Miguel is an architect by the Universidad Politécnica in Madrid. She publishes doctoral thesis with the title Quintas de Recreo. She has over 80 publications, mainly focused on architectonical heritage. She's he's a teacher of architecture in the European University of Madrid and head of the COAM Architecture Foundation. So we thank you for your work today. Thank you. And now we give the floor to the first speaker this morning. This will be Mechtild Rössler. Inside the World Heritage, I don't think she needs to be introduced. She's almost synonymous for World Heritage for a long time. She has a bachelor in culture and she worked in the Industry and Sciences Museum, and also she was a visiting teacher in Berkeley, California University until the 90s. Since 1992, on an ongoing basis, she's been working on the World Heritage Center, where she held different posts, a specialist for natural heritage and cultural landscape. So she's a great specialist in what we're going to talk about today. She's been director for Europe and also for several meetings and statutory meetings, and also for the World Heritage Center since 2015 until last year. After her retirement in UNESCO, she came back to the teaching world and joining the CNR in French, and she's a researcher now. We are lucky to have her today so that she can explain all her experience. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Mónica. Muchas gracias, Laura. Es un gran placer.
It's a great pleasure to work with you.
To English to give my presentation, and first of all I really would like to thank the organizers, the Spanish authorities, ICOMOS, and also the World Heritage Site hosting us here in Madrid. And I'm really happy to meet you all in person again. Can we switch on please the PowerPoint? As the World Heritage Convention celebrates its 50th anniversary, the PowerPoint is not there, hello. We have over 1,100 sites around the world which are recognized as World Heritage Places. They are so valuable to humanity that protection and conservation is our collective responsibility. On this occasion, I will run you through key issues and guiding principles in the World Heritage Convention with a focus on management of cultural landscapes. Is there a technician to switch on the PowerPoint so that you see at least some pictures? I think that would be really valuable. They're working on it. Okay. You know, the convention is unique in the whole UN system because it links really natural and cultural heritage. And as you certainly have heard, we had originally 2 drafts, one from IUCN and one from ICOMOS and UNESCO, which were merged in the context of the Stockholm conference. We celebrated just 50 years of that. The ideas were tested, as you can see on the screen, and the reason I show you that photo is that this was a major campaign to safeguard the Nubian temples from the Aswan Waters High Dam. Now, it was the first time, actually, that the international community acted together in terms of funding, in terms of sharing technological knowledge and sharing experiences to jointly safeguard such a heritage of outstanding significance. And you see also here the first national park on Earth, Yellowstone, which was among the first sites ever listed. So the convention already reminded us in the preamble of the scale, and that's what we are discussing at this conference also today, the scale of destruction we see. They were really visionary in the preamble. I recommend to read it again, and the scale of resources required, which was some of the discussions which took place yesterday. Now, actually today, we are celebrating 3 anniversaries. Not only the 50 years of the World Heritage Convention, but we celebrate 60 years of the first UNESCO recommendation on the beauty and character of landscapes and sites, then 50 years of the World Heritage Convention, and 30 years of the cultural landscape categories, which were adopted in 1992. So happy birthday for the 3. Then, as you know, with the evolution, and Magellan will talk about it, we saw also the emergence of the European Landscape Convention in Florence in 2000, and the 2011 UNESCO recommendation on the historic urban cultural landscape, urban landscape in 2011, which was also a major success, and they celebrated last year the 10th anniversary. Now, what is also important that the 50 years of the World Heritage Convention also saw the 50 years of the recommendation concerning the protection at the national level, which was adopted at the same time at UNESCO in 1972. Now, today we see the cultural landscapes, which is actually interesting because if you look at the cultural landscapes, and this meeting is focusing on the urban context, most of the cultural landscapes on the World Heritage List are actually rural. Why is that so? Because this was a type of property which was not able to be inscribed before 1992. So the countries rushed to inscribe rural cultural landscapes. So about 70% are rural. We have a few urban features and urban cultural landscapes, such as in Rio, which you discussed. We have a great number of designed cultural landscapes, and including ex situ conservation, biodiversity conservation, and we have about 10% of the mixed cultural landscapes, which means they are both under natural and cultural criteria. Now, there is a huge critique. There are articles recently written that the cultural landscape concept did not change the imbalance of the World Heritage List at all, which is not fully true, but because the first sites were actually nominated from the Pacific. It opened the convention to another type of property, and it opened the convention also for some regions of the world. There are even countries only nominating cultural landscapes. One of them is in Africa. So I don't fully agree, but in terms of figures, it's true that the European countries came in very, very strongly. And like the one here you see in Sintra, which is both a designed cultural landscape, and we have also botanical gardens in there, which is ex situ biodiversity. And I would like to come back to this issue because I think this is also very important in terms of tomorrow's world and for land restoration and a number of issues you have been discussing. The collection, the botanic collections are absolutely crucial also for our future. Now, you see a number of cultural landscapes which show this urban-rural connection, like here in Porto Venere, Cinque Terre, and the islands, where the shaping of the landscape overcame the steep, uneven terrain, and it really illustrates the history of human settlement in the past. Among the few urban cultural landscapes, and this is really was a dramatic decision at the World Heritage Committee, it was delisted, the urban cultural landscape of Dresden-Elbe Valley, the first cultural property ever delisted, and it's a cultural landscape, or it was a cultural landscape on the World Heritage list because of ill-advised infrastructure development with a 4-lane bridge cutting the cultural landscape into two, and Francesco was the director at the time, and we were dealing with it. Francesco, if you remember, we were dealing with it for a long time, and it was really a dramatic situation. But I want to remind this case because it's a lesson learned for the future as well in terms of urban cultural landscapes. Now, that person who is drawing a cultural landscape is also in the room. Because I would like to focus on the management of cultural landscapes. Where do we start with that? And actually, we start with a sense of place. We start with looking at the large scale, at the connectivity in the landscapes, at the layers and administration, and we look at diverse communities and interests in the landscape, and both at culture and biological diversity. And I think this is really a crucial element of our work. There has been a huge array of publications for cultural World Heritage sites and for World Heritage cultural landscapes. I think there's a flyer out in that series of Routledge, which published a series of publications, and I myself have contributed to the handbook of cultural landscape heritage and, and cultural landscapes in the Asia Pacific, which just came out. But where we started, and which was published in 2009, also in French and actually in Japanese, was to look and look at the management of cultural landscapes. And that's where we published that book with Pierre-Marie Tricot, who is also with us, and Nora Mitchell, who is unfortunately not with us. So the three of us were sitting in a hot summer in the south of France and writing that book. Now, management of cultural landscapes is really based on the convention, on the interaction between culture and nature, which is also mentioned in the convention, but also to give a function, heritage a function in the life of the community and integrate the protection of that heritage into comprehensive planning. It's a paragraph, an article of the convention which I really like very much, and I wonder how many countries have taken that article serious. Now, being in this cultural landscape, I think we need to also look what happened in the operational guidelines. I don't know how many of you were aware that the operational guidelines were changed in 2021 and that we don't have cultural landscape categories anymore, because on the advice of ICOMOS, this was changed into cultural landscape types. Don't ask me why. Maybe some of you in the room have the answer. I don't mind, but I think the Cultural Landscape Committee of ICOMOS should have a close look at these issues. But there is also a very specific paragraph in the operational guidelines, which is on the protection and management of cultural landscapes, where it says it's important that due attention be paid to the full range of values represented in the landscape, both cultural and natural, and that the nomination should be prepared in collaboration with the approval and the full approval of the local communities, which is not an easy task, both for the urban and the rural landscapes, as you can imagine, and which means that such nominations may take even longer than other types of heritage sites, because you have these diverse communities within the cultural landscapes. Now, we developed at the time 6 principles, and it was very interesting for me to look back at the 6 principles we developed, and I would like to run you through these principles, because it's actually interesting whether we have managed that or not. So the first one is people associated with the cultural landscape are the primary stakeholders for stewardship. Now here you go. This is the second cultural landscape ever listed, which is Uluru Kata-Tjuta, was renominated because the Anangu said it's our landscape, it's not a natural site, it's a cultural landscape, and it was very interesting what changed after that nomination. I think I was with Francesco over there, and it was a substantive change of this, of the management, because it was now collaborative management with the Anangu, which was very, very interesting. And it changed the lives of the people at the site with the shared management. You can see this also in the presentation today. You can watch it on the webpage. It says, Uluru Kata-Tjuta National Park, a living cultural landscape where earth and memories exist as one. And this is one of the topics of the theme of our conference. The Anangu now work to manage and care for the national park, and all management policies and programs aim to maintain the Anangu culture and heritage, conserve and protect the integrity of the ecological system. It's an ecological system which is recognized under natural criteria also, and provide for visitor enjoyment and learning opportunities, which means also the sharing with others. Let's look at principle number 2, which is successful management is inclusive, transparent, governance is shaped through dialogue and agreement among the stakeholders. And I have chosen the picture of the Loire Valley, which celebrated just 20 years of inscription. They published a book, so if you are interested in that, it's a huge cultural landscape with both urban and rural features. And the management development of the Val de Loire as a World Heritage Site is based on an innovative system set up in 2002 with the full involvement of the key players who have to take their share in the responsibility of managing. And they have a World Heritage Charter with a commitment that all in the Loire area can have to make a public commitment to the values implied by the inclusion on the World Heritage List. And the Charter provides details of the management and development system that has been set up, and could be somehow called a kind of code of conduct in that World Heritage Site. And I think there is also a principle, I would add to this principle, that it's communication. Communication is clear communication about the values to all the stakeholders and people, and to the politicians and funders of projects over there. I think that is something we need to add with the evolution over time. Now, the next principle is about the value of the landscape, which is based on the interaction between people and their environment. And the focus of the management is on the interaction. The focus is not on the people, is not on the environment, is on the interaction between people and their relationship with the land. And here you see a cultural landscape of the Lavaux. Actually, I was there and discussed a lot with the people on the ground. They manage this land over a century. They look at the also relationship between the vine growing and the traditional knowledge and rituals. The moment the site was inscribed on the World Heritage List, they were ringing all the church bells. They wanted everybody to know about that, which was very interesting. But it's also recognized, some of these traditions are now recognized under the 2003 Convention on the Intangible Cultural Heritage at UNESCO. Now, there is a huge risk, maybe in 20, 30 years we won't see the same landscape. Why? Because of climate change. Climate change affects a great number of these production landscapes, and it's a big question how to deal with that. And that is also with the next principle. The focus of management is on guiding change. You have discussed this already yesterday, but guiding change to maintain the values of the cultural landscape. And as a manager, you need to guide this change with the people, and you can prevent disasters such as the one I'm showing here in Cinque Terre. I was actually, at the time, I think I was head of Europe, probably, Laura. And it was a real disaster because the terrace systems were not maintained as they should have. The knowledge was lost on how to build the dry stone walls. They had to bring in Albanians to Italy who still kept that knowledge on how to do the dry stone walls. And a disaster hit because of this knowledge was lost, and when a massive torrential rain came, 7 people were killed, because the urban structures are in the valley and the terraces are above. So there you can see maintaining the cultural landscape is an imperative, and guiding the change which comes with climate change and global change in general is absolutely critical. Now, another principle is the linkages in the landscape, and I put this photo up because that one, the evaluation was actually done by Carmen Agnon and Bing Lucas, 2 of the great figures for me in my landscape work. It was a very, very interesting case because it was first nominated as a natural site. You all know, it was mentioned in the Bible, the Cedars of God of Cedars of Lebanon mentioned in the Bible, and they came up with a natural nomination. It didn't have the integrity, it was very tiny, small, and they came back as a cultural landscape, but was evaluated by 2 persons from e-commerce and IUCN, which I also think is a fundamental for cultural landscapes. We need to look at the broader landscape context, and that is here not easy because you have villages, you have sheltered Christian monastic communities, and the integrity of the valley is seriously at risk with the encroachment of human settlements, illegal buildings, inconsistent conservation activities, in addition to climate change in a semi-arid area. And this links us back to principle 1 on people and diversity, because you need to take in the different approaches you have, including from the religious communities. Now, principle 6, that's the last principle, is successful management contributes to a sustainable society. So the integration of heritage into the life of the people is not only a ticket to success. It can also contribute to a sustainable society. Heritage is part of the daily life of communities. This is especially true for sites in an urban context, such here as the Botanic Gardens in Singapore, but we have other botanic gardens in Padua or Kew Gardens in London. And the Singapore Botanic Garden is a green lung in the midst of the city of Singapore. It's not only a cherished spot by communities and visitors, it is a site with 150 years of history, making a significant contribution to the social and economic environment of the region. And this was also true through the extensive and influential research conducted on plants, because they have a major seed bank which is relevant, especially in the Asian context. And as you know, seed banks are crucial for tomorrow's world. They are crucial for today's land restoration projects. And I want to tell you a little anecdote. When I was working with the Loire Valley, we found out that in the literature there was a bean mentioned, a yin-yang bean, which is a black and white bean. And we couldn't find this bean anywhere. It was not produced anymore. And they found it in the Vavilov Institute in Russia. And it's now grown again in the Loire Valley, and it's much cherished by the people there. So you make these discoveries when you work on cultural landscapes, but this is why I learned that the seed banks are absolutely crucial for both the urban and the rural worlds. Now, cultural landscapes are really at risk. You have put that forward yesterday in discussions. They are really directly vulnerable by impacts of climate change, loss of biodiversity. We have the two crises together, the biodiversity and the climate crisis. We see the degradation of the ecosystems with erosion, etc. And you have also the indirect impacts. So we shouldn't forget about that. This is a loss of agriculture practices. We see that globally, also with huge migration flows. This will be a huge challenge for the world of today and tomorrow. We see a loss of intangible and tangible heritage, and a decrease of tourism and other economic activities in the most affected areas. So this is a huge dimension. It should not be underestimated, and you are the voices to the politicians and to the people out there to alert them what happens if people actually leave those landscapes and move around. There is a huge loss of the knowledge of the system. I actually, when I was in China last year and we saw these floods, and at the same time they happened in my own country, in Germany, I spoke to the Prime Minister of Rheinland-Pfalz last year, and I said, they should have collected the voices of the local people. There was already a flood in 1912, which was as high as the flood last year, and that knowledge was totally lost. And I think that is also incredibly important to keep the voices of the people from the past. Now, also in terms of disasters, managing disaster risk, you heard from Rohit yesterday. What I find critical here is that heritage can really play a positive role in reducing risks. And that's the case for both tangible and intangible heritage, and if it's properly transmitted. So let me point out that we look mainly at the nature-culture continuum, which is linking people and their environment, whether it's recognized both for natural and culture or only as a cultural landscape or for other values. But I think this continuum is really important also for the mixed sites we see here. And globally, just to point that out, this is from last year's committee, the most reported factors affecting the properties continue to be, and I'm not reading out the list, but management and management plans is the top one. And I'm finishing very closely, Laura. Many cultural landscapes are under threat. You know that the Philippine rice terraces were on the danger list until from 2001 to 2012 because of the number of factors, but substantive changes in the nature-culture interaction. Or you have here Sukur landscape, which I took as an example of landscapes affected by conflicts. I spoke to the Hidi, and Boko Haram was affecting the area, destroying the infrastructure, but shot in the legs of his mother. And it's terrible what's happening with the conflicts in the world also to the cultural landscapes, and I think we have a collective responsibility there. So finally, I would like to share a few points for discussion. Awareness raising, you all know it, but with that, for me, it's also advocacy. You are the advocates at a global level, and I think also conserving large landscapes is really an imperative and a response to climate change. We need landscape scale solutions in terms of climate change, linkages, tangible, intangible. You have heard sharing experiences between the rural and the urban, and finally the protection of culture and biodiversity, biocultural diversity, survival in tomorrow's urban worlds. And so I say happy birthday to the World Heritage Convention, but also the cultural landscape concept, and I'm looking forward to the next 50 in a rapidly changing world. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Mechtild. Ha sido una presentación.
Thank you so much, Mechtild. It's been a very interesting presentation that has reminded us of the complexity of nature and cultural landscapes, and therefore the complexity of managing them. And if the role of the local community is important for heritage as a whole in local landscapes, their role is even more noticeable, as much as the interaction with the natural environment and the consequences that arise from climate change, as we are currently witnessing. We're going to give the floor to our next speaker. It's going to happen online, and it'll be delivered by Jyoti Hosagrahar, and I apologize for the mispronunciation. She is the director for the UNESCO World Heritage Center, and amongst other responsibilities, she leads the implementation of the recommendations on urban historic landscapes, the City World Heritage, also architecture on land and modern heritage, and also she supervises the Cultural Indicators 2030. Prior to that, she was the director for the Creativity Division in UNESCO. She was also a professor and a director at the University of Columbia, and she had the professorship for Culture, Habitat and Sustainable Development of UNESCO in the Institute for Art and Design in Bangalore. She was also the founder and director of Sustainable Urbanism International, an NGO also located in Bangalore, and she she has a PhD and is an architect by the University of Berkeley. We now give the floor to Jyoti.
Jyoti Hosagrahar. I'm the Deputy Director of the World Heritage Center. It's my great pleasure to be with you today. I'm just going to share my screen. Ladies and gentlemen, even if I'm unable to be with you today in person, I'm delighted to be able to participate online for the first international meeting on urban cultural heritage, urban cultural landscapes and world heritage. And I would like to thank the Directorate General of Cultural Heritage of the Madrid City Council for the organization of this event in collaboration with the Autonomous Community of Madrid, the Spanish Ministry of Culture and Sports, and the ICOMOS National Committee, as well as the International Scientific Committee on Cultural Landscapes, and the official College of Architects of Madrid. I want to talk today a little bit about the UNESCO 2011 recommendation on the historic urban landscape, which really is a new approach to looking at urban heritage, to looking at heritage in general, which goes from a monument approach of monumental architecture to the conservation of urban values that undergird the city. So, and as you can see here, this was an approach that was developed over a number of years. It's a concept that has evolved in terms of the concept of heritage having evolved, and the recognition also of heritage as being very, very deeply connected to its social, cultural, economic, geographical, and natural contexts. The HUL recommendation calls on the UNESCO member states to integrate conservation and management of cultural heritage in cities and settlements with policies and practices for sustainable urban development, and applies not only to World Heritage cities or cities inscribed on the World Heritage list, but to all historical places, and advocate a landscape approach to identifying, conserving, and managing historic areas within their broader context, considering the interrelationships between physical forms, natural features, and social and cultural values. Today's presentation, I will look at this kind of interrelationship between the built heritage, tangible elements, intangible elements, the natural heritage, as well as the universal, outstanding universal values in the case of World Heritage properties, and the local values, local heritage values. HUL recommendation and its approach have become the standard framework for implementing the World Heritage Cities Program. The World Heritage Cities Program at the World Heritage Center at UNESCO has more than 320 World Heritage properties that are inscribed on the World Heritage list and are living urban centers or parts of settlements. The HUL recommendation recognizes also the importance of aligning with and furthering the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the New Urban Agenda, and the African Union Agenda 2063, as well as the World Heritage Sustainable Development Policy that was adopted by the General Assembly of UNESCO in 2015. The World Heritage Cities Program that I mentioned a few minutes ago is one of the 6 thematic programs that was formally approved and monitored by the World Heritage Committee and has more than 320 World Heritage cities. And you can look at the cities as well as all of the material on our activities on the World Heritage Cities website. I want to just take a minute to share with you some of the activities of the World Heritage Cities Program, as well as the materials and references that are available that would be of interest, perhaps. The World Heritage Cities Program is something I already just mentioned, as well as the HUL recommendation, which has its own webpage, and you can find a lot of material on it, including the 3rd member state consultation, which is ongoing currently to assess progress and implementation of the HUL recommendation throughout the world at the national as well as local levels. Urban Notebooks is an e-journal that was published from April 2020 to December 2021 and includes innovative practices in support of integrating heritage conservation with sustainable development, and is available in English, French, and Spanish. The World Heritage City Dialogues is a virtual platform for site managers and local authorities to meet and exchange and share across their region. It's organized across region per region. A platform is organized per region, and it's a way to share knowledge, innovations, and experience. And finally, the World Heritage Canopy platform, which is a platform of innovative practices and strategies to further heritage-based solutions for sustainable futures and integrate heritage conservation with sustainable development, including the implementation of the HUL recommendation. I want to mention also the importance of, I think I've skipped a slide here, looking at the 10th anniversary of the HUL recommendation that was in 2021, when throughout the year we had a number of different events, different World Heritage City Labs that were organized, and a major celebration in June of 2021 when the UNESCO HUL call for action was launched to invite people to raise awareness and to engage people, cities, organizations, as well as individuals to commit and to work to promote the HUL recommendation. So if you haven't already signed up, please do sign up to promote the HUL call for action. A number of different thematic World Heritage City Labs are organized, and you can find all of this material on the World Heritage Cities website. I want to talk a little bit about the idea of traditional building practices as one of the tools that contribute to the HUL recommendation approach, because it's a way of looking at community-centered approach to including local populations, their local materials, local technologies, their practices and knowledges, and enabling them to have a sense of ownership, as well as including the residents and addressing their needs by using traditional building techniques and practices. So here we have the examples in the Mazab Valley in Nigeria and the Timbuktu mausoleums in Mali. Another significant issue that I would like to mention here is the urban heritage. The issue with regard to urban heritage is the issue of climate change and climate action. It's important to mention the situation of cities with regard to climate change. The climate crisis is particularly critical in cities where more than half of the world's population resides and directly affects the quality of life. 90% of the world's cities are coastal and likely to be impacted by climate change, including sea level rise, stormwater surges, flooding, and other climate-related disasters. Of the 1,154 World Heritage properties currently inscribed, more than 320 are World Heritage cities, and nearly a third of these are along coasts. Historic cities are particularly at risk because many of them developed for historical reasons along coasts or along major rivers. And this has an enormous significance for World Heritage cities, but more generally for protecting urban heritage and sustainable development. Furthermore, during the last World Heritage Committee meeting, several state of conservation reports on World Heritage cities indicated threats related to climate change. And here we see the historic city of Riga in Latvia, Byblos in Lebanon, and of course the city of Venice. the idea of looking at traditional knowledge systems as a way to counter the impacts of climate change is very significant to mitigate and adapt to climate change and increase resiliency. Here we are looking at cases, many different cases. As you can see here, in the case of Bahrain, we have the higher lands in the island were left unbuilt and used as cemeteries. In the case of the Mazhab Valley in Algeria, a community organization manages the channels and infrastructure that control the water flow so that they ensure that floodable areas near the river were occupied by temporary structures and not by dwellings. And the abandonment of these traditional practices has increased vulnerability to flooding. So these kind of traditional knowledge and practices are very significant. Also, in the last example is the town of Bamberg in Germany, where there are traditional urban farming practices which are very important. And I will be talking more about it in a second as I explain some further examples. So the centrality of the ecological dimension of these historic cities becomes very clear, and we see that nature is an important planning tool for activities that can sustain themselves in the long term. The idea of the HUL recommendation is that it looks at heritage as a resource that can contribute to furthering the quality of human life and uses circular models and their relational value to represent an important element to trigger more concrete initiatives for broader sustainable development. So this kind of a multidimensional approach and new methodologies that also include traditional building practices and knowledges is fundamental in both mitigation and adaptation strategies to counter the impacts of climate change. I want to just highlight two of the recent works on which we built the UNESCO knowledge and work on urban heritage. But the first is the first global survey of culture and heritage for sustainable urban development that was launched during the UN Habitat 3 conference in Quito in October of 2016, which is the Culture Urban Future report that you're familiar with, the Global Report for Culture for Sustainable Urban Development, and provides a framework for urban heritage management in line with the HUL recommendation and aims to put heritage at the heart of sustainable urban development. The second is a UNESCO and World Bank collaborative work on culture in city reconstruction and recovery that provides a framework for a culture-based approach to the process of city reconstruction and recovery in post-conflict and post-disaster situations. I want to go back now to talk a little bit about the World Heritage Canopy platform and some of the examples here, because we see examples of innovative actions which have adopted a landscape approach. We look at interventions by various cities, local interventions that integrate a blue-green approach or support traditional gardening or climate action. We have more than 50 case studies across the world on this platform that are organized across 6 different thematic areas: environment and resilience, prosperity and livelihood, governance, as well as knowledge and skills, gender equality, peace and security. So I want now to focus on a few of these selected case studies of innovations or of innovative initiatives that take this kind of a landscape approach to integrating heritage management and heritage conservation for sustainable development, and see how this approach is really valuable. So here, in the case of the first example I want to share is the World Heritage Site in the World Heritage Site of Strasbourg, Fonville and Neustadt in France, that is using the opportunity of the updating of the World Heritage Management and Safeguarding Plan to further integrate and valorize natural elements, natural features in the urban environment. So the initiative has been developed by the Urbanism Development Agency of the Metropolis of Strasbourg, where they aim to protect and enhance the habitability of the historic center that has been threatened by mass tourism. And they improve both the cultural and economic attractiveness of the city, and also to manage disaster risk, mainly regarding fire and flooding, and prevent urban heat island effects and reduce flood risk by integrating blue and green elements in their planning. A second example is in the city of San Gimignano in Italy, where initiatives have been developed to promote sustainable tourism practices involving the local community, enabling them to have livelihoods, and also to support and respect the surrounding agricultural landscape. So the participation of local associations is invited, youth engagement is promoted, and there are local agricultural produce is promoted, and the entire valley is seen as a tourist destination in collaboration with the surrounding towns, not just the city of San Gimignano. And landscape interventions have been undertaken to develop agricultural landscape trails. Another example, and I'm giving you just very short versions. You can see the longer ones on the website, on the platform of Canopy. Another initiative here is in the city of Bengaluru in India, is Million Wells for Bengaluru, where the idea is to build a number of shallow wells using traditional well digging techniques to revive traditional water systems and enhance the water capacities of the city, and to raise awareness around these issues, and also to support residents in digging their own and recharging their own wells. Capacity building for service providers, and building partnerships with scientific and academic institutions around the city. Now, Bengaluru, of course, is not a World Heritage City, so the Canopy platform, as I mentioned earlier, is a platform that captures and documents various initiatives that integrate heritage management with sustainable development. And some of these are in World Heritage Cities, and some of them are not in World Heritage Cities, but nevertheless integrate heritage management and with heritage conservation with sustainable development. Another example here is the reconstruction of the destroyed mausoleums of Timbuktu. In this case, these were destroyed through armed conflict, and the new reconstruction was done using traditional knowledge systems, traditional building techniques, as a part of the international cooperation campaign, and was one of the pioneering cases recognizing cultural heritage protection as an integral aspect of peacekeeping, peace building efforts. And there were, of course, urban architecture of Timbuktu. The construction systems were traditional building materials, traditional building materials, urban architecture techniques were studied and documented, and also the intangible elements of oral traditions, beliefs, and practices were integrated as a part of its reconstruction aspect. And 40 young masons were trained in these traditional construction methods. So this enabled, created a way for building capacities, building the necessary skills to maintain the traditions, transmit them to future generations, and also transmit the urban architecture practices to future generations. The conservation and revitalization program of the ancient city of Qingyao offers some interesting possibilities or example by their focus on enhancing livability for the local communities, enabling their livelihoods, while at the same time promoting sustainable tourism practices. So it's a kind of a win-win situation where they contribute to the long-term sustainability of the historic city by enhancing their livelihoods and quality of life and improving at the same time the livability of the historic dwellings and their infrastructure in the ancient city of Qingyao that has 20,000 residents. In the case of Bamberg in Germany, which I mentioned earlier, the traditional gardening practices were used to enhance urban sustainability, secure food production, and contribute to water management. And this involved a integration in the land use plan, integrating certain regulatory systems, raising awareness and creating many activities for raising awareness, and putting in place some financial incentives for gardening families, as well as developing thematic tours and marketing campaigns, so that there's sort of an all-round effort to make this this kind of a landscape approach happen. I have, I think, just a couple more examples that I want to share with you. This one is from a community-centered revitalization of a souk, the Souk al-Sila in Cairo, which again promotes conservation of this area while empowering the local community to take ownership of their cultural heritage and harness its potential to drive local development. So it is a way to increase the community's understanding of heritage, and a number of it has been carried out over a number of different phases. And women and children have especially been targeted as beneficiaries and engaged with. One of the initial efforts was to, because several different groups have been carried out here, was to create safe public spaces in which women and children could socialize, and also to build their skills and improve their livelihoods. In another initiative, workshops were developed for men, especially craftsmen and woodworkers. And also a community center has been created over a period of time, and a number of local partnerships have been addressed. So there's really been an effort to create a community with and partnerships with local stakeholders and the local community, to see them as not only beneficiaries but clear partners in the development efforts, keeping in mind the heritage conservation. The last example I want to share with you is in the city of, in the two cities of the properties of Mantua and the World Heritage properties of Mantua and Sabbionetta in Italy, which are neighboring towns, share a common history and geography, and it's a serial property. And in these these two properties, there has been an effort through the implementation of our updated management plan to implement joint policies and initiatives, particularly with regard to the adaptation of local and regional planning instruments and developing a environmental risk reduction plan, as well as guidance for the physical conservation actions, enhancing and improving livability, and developing landscape interventions and rehabilitation of public spaces, transport routes, transportation and mobility, touristic routes and transportation mobility plans as different initiatives that include a kind of a landscape approach that have enabled heritage conservation to benefit the local communities and create a more sustainable place overall to enhance the sustainability of these areas. I want to just end now by focusing a little bit on the idea of being able to measure the role and contribution of culture and heritage for sustainable development, because clearly the historic urban landscape recommendation and a landscape approach are very central, not only for better management of urban heritage and for World Heritage Cities, but also for the achievement of the SDGs. And the UNESCO Culture 2030 indicators that have been developed as a thematic framework to measure and monitor the progress of culture's contribution at the national and local level for the 2030 agenda has been implemented now across the world in 16 cities, and including several World Heritage Cities. And the idea of their implementation at the local level is to see how local actions, local programs, policies, initiatives can enhance the role of cultural heritage for sustainable development. I invite you to look at these indicators, a set of 22 indicators, and consider the framework as well as the implementation of these indicators at the local level to as a long-term way to enhance sustainable development at the local level with heritage conservation. Thank you very much, and please don't hesitate to reach out to me with your questions via email. Thank you again, and I wish you a very pleasant day. I want to stop sharing my screen.
Pues muchas gracias a Jyoti.
Thank you to Jyoti for this interesting presentation, reminding us that not only is it important to manage the cities, but the approach we adopt when facing historic city centers. And for that, we have the tool of the historic urban landscape that has been made 10 years ago already. It is a very useful tool that we should all bear in mind every day. And for that, the examples prepared may be used as inspiration for all of us when facing the management of complex places such as urban sites. So we finish for the time being the session, and now we have a coffee break, and we come back at 11 o'clock. Now, Monica wanted to tell something before that. I just want to tell you that Paisaje de la Luz has wanted to thank you for being here, and they have prepared this bag with some gifts that I haven't discovered yet, but I invite you to open it. You can get it on the outside now or when you go out. And on behalf of the City Hall, I have the pleasure of giving the bag to Mechtild Rössler, who was the head of the World Heritage Center at the time of, including in the list, Paisaje de la Luz. We're back again to today's session with the next speech, and this is Jörg Haspel. who would talk about managing the green spaces in Berlin. He is an engineer with a bachelor in urban planning in Stuttgart, also arts in Tübingen. Between 1992 and 2018, he was a conservator for the monuments in Berlin, and until 2021 he was a president of ICOMOS in Germany. He's a permanent member of the expert committee of the federal government of Germany for conservation of buildings. So the floor is yours.
So good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation and for the possibility to speak and to give a report on the situation in Berlin in the relationship of urban heritage and urban world heritage and what we call green heritage or garden monuments. So you have the first slide, and I will go on. Berlin ist viele Städte. Berlin is many cities. With this sentence, Werner Düttmann, architect and urban planner, as well as Senate building director and president of the Academy of Fine Arts in Berlin, he sketched the urban historical image and planning model for the metropolis of Berlin with a population of millions in 1967. In the time of the Berlin Wall and barbed wire, and under the Allied administration, this meant not only the division in 4 different sectors, in the East and West sector, as well as in an American, Russian, French, and British sector. The result was the doubling of the population, but it also referred to Greater Berlin. Greater Berlin was the result of the Greater Berlin Act in 1920, when Berlin itself and 7 towns and 59 villages or rural communities and 27 state districts were combined, were fusioned to 20 metropolitan districts, and the result was the doubling of the population and the expanding of the city on the 12th as it was before World War I. So after the Greater Berlin Wall, the city was the most populous municipality in the world after London and New York, and the most extended city after Los Angeles. Almost 100 cities, villages, and settlement rural units had been absorbed in Greater Berlin in 1920, and they formed the historical crystallization cores to which metropolitan planning had to refer and could develop further. Berlin is many cities. Here you can see the enlargement of the territory, and here you see the doubling of the population after the Greater Berlin Wall, and here are the 20 districts which were created instead of this 100 cities, villages, and rural estates. Berlin is many cities. The title of Werner Düttmann gave to his correspondent article in the 70s. It also stands for a polynuclear urban space, or better, for a metropolitan space in which most diverse settlement cores are loosely interconnected with each other and separated and connected at the same time by urban spaces, subspaces, by green spaces. This urban motto is reminiscent to the metropolis critical reform impetus and the concepts of the Garden City movement before and after the First World War, and it focused on the replacement of dense industrial and metropolitan developments with the decentralized expansion of existing and the creation of new settlement cores embedded in green landscape space, such as, for example, Ebenezer's programmatic treatise, Garden Cities of Tomorrow, which was published first time in 1898, and then it was republished in 1902, or Bruno Taut's vision of what he called the Auflösung der Städte, the dissolution of the cities, or a good living situation for people. They are among the early pioneers of this social and urban reform movement. Urban landscape. The model of a polynuclear metropolitan area, however, probably also refers to the urbanistic ideal and ideas as they came in vogue after World War II, after and for the reconstruction of the heavily destroyed city of Berlin. It was used the term of urban landscape. On the one hand, the term urban landscape is used in the sense of the settlement geography, of the cultural geography. To refer to an urban landscape, it is a natural space that is, so to speak, overformed or overshaped by urban spaces. On the other hand, the term is also used in the sense of a composite, of a combination of city and landscape, for an interweaving of architecture and green, an interaction of culture and nature. This refers to a kind of balance and interpenetration between city and countryside, but above all, the idea is the idea of development, of transformation, of processes of evolution of a landscape that is subject to change due to natural influences like earthquakes, weather, climate changes, volcanoes, and so on, as well as due to human intervention. Seen in this light, urban landscapes form landscape spaces shaped by human settlement and building activity, and conversely can be recognized as urban spaces shaped by landscape and topography. The idea of the urban landscape as an urban planning model for a modern metropolis as a counter-image to historical industrial and metropolitan cities is programmatically formulated in the so-called collective plan. This was the collective plan which was created in 1945 to reconstruct, to rebuild the destroyed part of Berlin, the city of Berlin. It was designed by a team of planners around the acting city planner, surveyor Hans Scharoun, and the green garden architect Reinhold Linger. And it was presented to the public the first time in 1946 under the motto Berlin plant, Berlin plans, in the war ruins of the old, destroyed and war-bombed castle. The so-called city or collective plan was based on the radical redesign of the heavily destroyed German capital in the sense of what they called organic urban landscape. The starting point was a specific reference of the planning to the natural conditions of the Warsaw-Berlin glacial valley and its waters, as well as the idea of a kind of loosened up ribbon city, which was conceived as a green network of residential cells and industrial sites connected to each other and to cultural quarters as well as to recreation areas, and always in a car-friendly manner. The concept of city of tomorrow seems for long passages like an early application of the principles of the SIAM, of the Charter of Athens, which was adopted by the Congrès International des Architectes Modernes in 1931 in Athens. It was published by Le Corbusier in 1943 in Paris, and it was republished in Germany for the first time in the 50s. Le Corbusier had published it, and it followed it was the model for the post-war planning, especially in Europe and in many Western German cities. The new principles of a destroyed cities, as it was called in Berlin, in the castle I mentioned, has shown a model of Charlottenburg in the exhibition Berlin Plans. And it is rather similar to what Le Corbusier had planned or proposed for the southern quarters of the Seine in Paris in 1923 in the report of the Plan Voisin, where the whole area was replaced by high-rise building. And now you see the example of Berlin. This is how they thought that Berlin should be rebuilt after World War II, and you only see as historic elements in the whole new city of Berlin, you only see the old town hall and the Palace of Berlin-Charlottenburg. The idea of the urban landscape as an urban planning model for a modern metropolis and as a counter-image to the historical, industrial, and metropolitan city is pragmatically formulated in this collective plan. But the plan could not be implemented, especially since the division of Berlin and the division of Germany in 1949, and the emerging Cold War made it impossible to follow these plans and to reconstruct the city as a unit. The collective plan, but it became a planar topos, a point of reference for the urban landscape and cityscape planners, and it is something like Berlin's DNA until today. The strategy Urban Landscape Berlin, which was adopted by the Senate in 2011, it sees itself as a green contribution to urban development city, and it is dedicated to 44% of the territory, defined as landscape in the city, and it includes open and green spaces, historic and new parks, recreation areas, agricultural land as well, and gardens, or also woodland and water areas. And it includes nearly 600 natural monuments, but also 600 garden monuments and more than 1,500 listed areas with numerous protected green and open spaces. Landscape heritage in Berlin. The Monument Act of Berlin distinguishes 4 categories of monuments. One of them is the built heritage, the architectural heritage. Another one are excavated heritage or so-called archaeological sites. The third one are conservation areas, which are including also green and open spaces. And the fourth category, which is important to mention, are the so-called garden monuments. The category of garden monuments include in particular public and private green open spaces, also squares or water faces which are not green and which are not overgrown, but which are issue for garden monument conservation. Often, historic sections of green or blue infrastructure are also registered as garden monuments. Extended green monuments can include structures of preservation areas, and of over 8,000 monuments which are listed, almost 600 sites fall under the category of garden monuments, and I only will show some of them to have an image. The first is the Tiergarten, as you saw in the map, which is the largest one and is more than 350 years a traditional green in the city. Another one is the city square at the Brandenburg Gate, the Pariser Platz, or the Jewish cemetery in Berlin, Weißensee. Quantitatively, the number of garden monuments and the number of employees in relation to the total number of all registered monuments and active conservators may not matter. They make less than 10% of the total inventory and staff. In terms of quality, however, the effect of the garden monument work can hardly be overestimated. On the one hand, this applies to the public relation and publication activities with which garden monuments and garden conservators reach their audience. And their audience are not only friends or fans of gardens and of heritage, but also politicians, offices of administration, and especially owners and investors. Last not least, this applies to the 3 volumes which have been published in a kind of, as we call it, Gattungsinventar, which means generic inventory. And we have tried to present all garden monuments listed in Berlin, or nearly all, in 3 special volumes. One of them is dedicated to parks and city squares. One of them concerns private gardens of houses, manor houses, villas, and so on. A third one is focusing on cemeteries and burial grounds in Berlin. And a last one, an additional one, you can call it a supplementary publication, was dedicated to the post-war green, including post-modern parks and green spaces in Berlin, which have been listed in the last years. In addition, we have many historical green areas with a sophisticated program of information panels, as you can see here, which provides instruction and information for visitors or experts who are guiding and giving tours and excursions through the green. The success, however, also results from a kind of interdisciplinary openness with which experts in garden history not only participate in protection and approval procedures in the strict legal sense, but also contribute their green historical competence in the urban discourse and planning procedure of neighboring disciplines and neighboring departments. Thus, garden monument preservation is to be involved at a very early stage in high-level planning on the city level as well on the district level, and the close interweaving of procedures under monument law and planning law, and the integrated approach of conservation aims and of urban development goals is found again in the bundling of funding instruments. Investments in garden monuments are tax deductible for private owners, and they can be supported by grant funds from the heritage budget of the federal or of the state level. And above all, however, they can also be able to receive subsidies from urban renewal and structural promotion programs, which are often much better funded than the sparse cultural and heritage budgets. Green World Heritage in Berlin. Today, Germany is represented on the World Heritage list with 51 properties, including 48 cultural sites and 3 natural sites. And Mechtild Rössler remembered that we could have count 52 World Heritage positions if the Dresden Elbe Valley would not have been delisted some years ago. Germany's World Heritage profile is characterized by a very high number of international, of so-called transboundary serial sites. It's about a fourth, such as the Roman limes or the works of Le Corbusier, as well as a large number of comparatively young World Heritage sites from the 20th century, such as, for example, the Bauhaus sites in Weimar, Dessau, and Bernau. Here you see the map, and maybe you can recognize there are the dark green areas, which are the natural World Heritage sites. These are 3 and 4 cultural landscapes which have been included in the last 30 years. Berlin is one of the very few cities in the world whose built and planted or archaeological heritage is represented several times on the UNESCO list. Even though the Germany capital does not have a World Heritage Old Town as defined by the Organization of World Heritage Cities, it is a member there. After all, there are 3 World Heritage properties on Berlin's territory with 8 sites and in 8 of 12 cities. So you can say Berlin is a kind of World Heritage landscape. I will present them now and start with the palaces and parks of Potsdam and Berlin with this map. Berlin was comparatively late to enter the World Heritage List because of the division of Berlin and the special status of the city. And so it started only at the end of the GDR, at the beginning of the unification process. The first application started in 1989, and still from the GDR, territory with the Prussian palaces and gardens of Potsdam, to which the palaces and gardens adjacent to Berlin were added in the course of the application procedure in autumn 1990, across the former curtain border line. The inscription of the palaces and gardens of Potsdam and Berlin, which took place in the month of the fall of the wall and the German unification, I think they had a very high symbolic value, and still today it stands for the UNESCO Transnational Peace Mission and for the message of reconciliation like few other World Heritage sites. Here you see the map, and you see the border line, which is the blue line, which is dividing the eastern and the western part of the World Heritage Site, as well as of the Berlin and of the Brandenburg or Potsdam Park, which is following the line of the Iron Curtain. In 1992, as already was mentioned, that is why we are celebrating here also the 30 years of the Cultural Landscape Convention. It became the first international legal instrument to recognize and protect cultural landscape. And you can say that the inscription of the castles and palaces and gardens of Berlin, that they are something like a precursor project of this category of cultural landscapes, which became realized only 1 year later. So I will show you only some examples, like Schloss Palace de Sanssouci, here the free space de Sanssouci, and here, for example, Schloss Cäcilienhof, where the allies agreed on the Treaty of Potsdam in 1945, and that is why you see the red star, which is still planted and replanted every year in the courtyard of Cäcilienhof. The Potsdam part is combined and linked via the Bridge of Unity, as you can see here, Potsdam and Berlin, and the Berlin part is smaller. Maybe it's not as valuable as the eastern part, but it includes not only this kind of relics, but also, for example, the Palace of Peacock Island, Neuklinike, as you can see here, and several other sites, as the Bridge of Devils with the waterfall or the blockhouse in Nikolskö. Compared to the first 20 years, when the threat of the World Heritage originated mainly from uncontrolled developer projects in Potsdam, the critical development has calmed down considerably in the last years. The dangers currently threatening developments are highlighted by a warning which is given by the foundation of the Prussian heritage, which is combining East and West, and which can be seen here in the park. The warning is a warning of branch breakage. Old trees in the parks are suffering from the ongoing drought, and they are therefore shedding branches. The Prussian Palaces Foundation Berlin-Brandenburg expressly warns against spending time under old trees and strongly advises against spending time in these areas even when it rains. A few days ago, when ICOMOS Germany presented the results of the UNESCO and Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change talks of December 21, we choose an image of the dramatic destruction and monuments left behind by the floods in Western Germany and in Belgium. We want to show the growing risk of floods. The growing risk of storm surges and driving rain disasters must not, of course, obscure the fact that the cause of increasing dangers threatening cultural heritage is, after all, primarily global warming, aridity, and periods of drought and water shortage. Here you see the global warming in the last year. The average annual temperature in Germany has risen by 1.6 degrees between 1881 and today. That is more than anywhere else in the world. And Germany expects an average air temperature to rise between 2.3 to 3 degrees by the middle of the century, and further increasing to 3.9 or 5.5 degrees by 2100. And the hottest and most affected regions of global warming in Germany is the dark red, regions. This is the capital region of Berlin-Brandenburg, as you can see on the right hand above, and the sub-regions of Saxony and Bavaria. In fact, that was the reason why, under the garden director of the Heritage Foundation of Berlin and Brandenburg, they started very early with researches on this subject, which were funded by the German Federal Foundation of Environment, the so-called Deutsche Bundesstiftung Umwelt, and they started a 3-year research project in 2014 in cooperation with the Technical University of Berlin. The recommendations for the preservation of historic gardens in climate change, published by the Foundation in book form, is a partial result of this interdisciplinary cooperation. And apart from that, the Palace and Garden Foundation, as well as e-commerce Germany, are part of a new initiative coalition which was built under the title Initiative Alliance Historical Gardens in Climate Change. I mentioned this only not because of the initiative, but because I think that World Heritage sites and World Heritage managers have a special duty and responsibility to share their knowledge and their experience. They are not World Heritage for themselves, they are World Heritage for all of us and for all similar heritage sites. So it's very important to play a model role, not only in conservation, but also in sharing knowledge and sharing and cooperating in researches and scientific issues. The second part I will skip also. It is very interesting, especially here in Madrid, to discuss it, because the Museum Island was created, or what was intended as something like a Freistätte der Kunst und Wissenschaft, which means it is a special site for art and science, which is excluded from the everyday life which is surrounding, and which is devoted, like a sanctuary, like a temple district, to arts and architecture. So it is a similar intention. It's not inspired, of course, by Madrid, but it was inspired by the Forum Romanum and by the visit of the king or of the crown prince in Rome, and he brought with him this idea. As you can see, this is one of his drawings. Here you see the Museum Island, the courtyard, which has been redeveloped and recreated under the help and support of the Garden Monument Department in Berlin, and which is now serving as a garden for sculptures. And here you see the old pleasure ground, which was paved in the 30s and used as a propaganda and demonstration space in the GDR time, and which has been rebuilt accordingly to the situation of the 19th century. Here you have an overview, and here you have the neighboring. You cannot see it, it's interesting. Okay, there is the neighboring area of the Humboldt Forum, which was recreated and rebuilt in the last years, and which does not respect or care about this problem of warming and of following the idea of a sponge city, and to make sure that humidity, water can be kept in the cities, but they are densifying the surfaces. The last heritage site which was inscribed was in 2008, where the Berlin Modernism housing estates. And there is a homage not to Mechtild Rössler, but to her predecessor, that is Francesco Bandarin, who overhanded the certificate in 2009 to the mayor of Berlin. The 6 housing estates comprises about 5,000 housing units for more than 10,000 inhabitants, and are spread over 7 of 12 districts in Berlin. As you can see here, and on the next slide, you can see where they are. The green sites are the World Heritage sites, and the other ones are listed housing estates of the 20s, which were realized in the interwar period. And so it's part of this interwar belt, which goes around the old city of Berlin, and which was included in the 20s by the Greater Berlin Act. It also shows, in all, the high number of green spaces within. So I will go through the housing estate. This is the oldest one, Falkenberg, which has become very popular because of the colorful facades, but it's always important because of the green garden, private garden and public garden. This is the Schiller Park area, which is also called the Dutch Quarter because of the brick architecture and the flat roofs. And you see they are building blocks around green areas which are used for playgrounds for children and so on. The third one is maybe the most famous one is the Horseshoe Settlement in Neukölln, which is including row houses, terraced houses, as you can see here, with front gardens and gardens in the backside, and multi-level houses, as you can see here, with balconies or loggias and so on. And always the garden plays an important role, not only as an ornamented garden or as a decorative garden, but also for trees, for plants, for fruits, for vegetables, and so on, as it was intended. The fourth one is Karl Legien, which is characterized by the blocks which are open to a green courtyard, as you can see here, also with the balconies and with the loggias. And the fifth one is the so-called Weiße Stadt, which sounds similar as the White City in Tel Aviv, but it is from the same time and is a similar intention, but it is realized in the north of Berlin in the 20s. It's including these green spaces which were created and designed by Ludwig Lesser. And the last one is the so-called Ringsiedlung or Siemensstadt in the north of Berlin, which is adjacent to the park Jungfernheide. As you can see here, very fine that it is concentrating on a kind of Anger, or a village area, which builds from the center, and it is also related to the Volkspark. Among the architects and urban designers involved as artistic creators of the complexes are internationally well-known persons like Bruno Taut and Martin Wagner, or like Walter Gropius, and also Hans Scharoun or Otto Bartning, but also modern architects of landscape and of garden, such as Ludwig Lesser and Lebericht Micke. Only a few biographical references may point out the close connection of urban landscape and urban development with settlement planning and green planning. The architect and urban planner Martin Wagner, who was the planner and who was the motor, the manager of this housing program in the 20s in Berlin, he was not only an important multiplier, but he also did the whole construction program, and he had written his PhD in 1915 under the title, The Sanitary Green of Cities, a Contribution to the Open Space Theory. And on the other hand, you see works of Lebericht Micke, who was one of the main contributors to the Berlin housing estates, and he was also a lobbyist in Frankfurt for the so-called Neues Frankfurt, and was the green counterpart of Ernst May, who was the city planner at this time, and who made propaganda for small gardens and also for People's Park. Ludwig Lesser, you can see on the left-hand side, one of the few monuments which have been created and realized for architects, or even for a landscape architect here. We have considerable horticultural heritage of his hand, but also the writing Volksparks today and tomorrow, and he gave practical guides for small and vegetable gardens, which today can be read as a kind of self-help instruction for urban gardening. And finally, Bruno Taut, he not only designed many of the open spaces of the Berlin World Heritage Sites himself, but his concept of what he called Außenwohnraum. Außenwohnraum is an outdoor living room. It's not outdoor space, it's not an open space, it's an outdoor living room where people are living adjacent to the indoor living house they have. I will choose one example to exemplify the meaning of urban historic landscape in the sense of how it was planned and realized in Berlin. The so-called Hufeisensiedlung of Britz can certainly be considered as the key work of an urban landscape perspective in Berlin's World Heritage settlements. You see it here. The major form of the horseshoe, reminiscent of Ebenezer Howard's three-beam magnetic diagram, towns, country, town country. Town country is not country town, it's a town country. And not only forms the urban and community building crystallization point with its loggia front or lodge architecture facing the open space. The choice of location and symbolic design of this city crown, as it was called by Taut, also derives as inner justification and urban spatial appeal from the landscape characteristics to the site. So the landscape is motivating and a guiding principle for the urban planning and for the ground plan, as you can see here, fantastic, by combining the horseshoe element, which is surrounding ice-aged pond, which is leading to an anger, to a village green square, and which is ending in the courtyard of the school, which is the oldest public school in Germany. So here you see how it is included in the surrounding area by the green arrows, how it is linked in the nature, and when you walk through, you enter the horseshoe with the lake, which is the Ice Age pond. You go around this pond and you can leave it here on the next side, and you will enter in the village square in the so-called Anger farm, and it will end at the tower of the school building, and this is connected via green areas and green spaces in walking distance with the park of Britz. Conservation, and this also applies to World Heritage, or primarily to World Heritage, protects monuments from history and not models for the future. Conservators care for built, excavated, or planted testimonies of the past in order to preserve the historical diversity of human creativity. Conservation and World Heritage policy are kind of cultural biodiversity protection in order to keep the widest possible range of combination and development possibilities available. The experience of the recent pandemic and climate-related disasters have given reason to the assumption that monuments not only provide a historical resource, but also offer a potential for future solutions. The historical category of Stadtlandschaft, of urban landscape, has, so to speak, a double character as a testimonial of the past, as well as a stimulating potential for the future of cities. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias por compartir.
Thank you so very much for sharing with us this very interesting example of Berlin as a city that was rebuilt in very specific circumstances, but that actually created opportunity out of those circumstances an opportunity to reconstruct itself and to relate with its heritage, to give it as legacy to future generation. Now we're going to hear the next presentation that is going to be delivered by Alberta Campitelli, who is an art historian and garden historian. She is currently a teacher for cultural and museum management in the universities of Rome. And she's also the vice chair of the Association for Parks and Gardens in Italy in the Ministry of Justice and consultative member of ICOMOS, amongst many other positions which she currently holds. Thank you, Alberta. Her presentation is called New Strategies and Opportunities for the Conservation and Management of Parks and Historic Gardens in Italy.
This is my first attempt in this language, but I will try. Vamos a empezar. Bueno. Entonces, trataré de hablar en español, un idioma que amo, pero
I dearly love the Spanish language, but I'm not that proficient with it. So beforehand, I'd like to apologize for my mistakes, and I hope that you will enjoy my presentation nonetheless. I am very happy to participate in this very interesting meeting, and I'd like to thank the City Council of Madrid, Mónica Luengo, and all the organizers for the invitation. So I will try to speak about new strategies and opportunities for the conservation and maintenance of historic gardens in Italy. Why? Because in the last few years in Italy, there have been very many initiatives fostered by several stakeholders and accepted at the international level, and they have changed substantially politics and policies towards historic green spaces. The dissemination of the garden culture in the different from the different facets, the historic, aesthetic, philosophical, botanical, scientific perspective, aiming at fostering gardening as a healthy open air activity, which practice has been beneficial for people and for the environment, helps promote respect for nature and biodiversity, and this has given rise to a substantial change in the national setting. There's been many protagonists that have actually played a role in devoting new attention to a sector of heritage which is extremely fragile and deserves specialized and focused attention. Amongst this, we have an integrated and global perspective, and the activity of APGI, the Italian Association for Parks and Gardens, coordinates and groups up several stakeholders that take action in this sector. In agreement with the Ministry of Culture, this association has set out to promote awareness on the importance of historic gardens, also with an eye on multiplying the economic impact of tourism and integrating interest policies, the issue of territorial, environmental and cultural improvements. The main new aspects in the current setting are both from the legislative as well as from the awareness raising standpoint. There's many points to make, but they can be briefly summarized as green bonus, professional training, census, support to the restoration and recovery of parks and historic gardens. So the green bonus first. In 2018 and confirmed until 2024, fiscal relief of 36% was introduced for interventions on green works in urban areas for individuals. This measure that we greatly supported can perfectly be improved from many standpoints. Nonetheless, it was right to have extended this tax relief system to green aspects, and having stated, though indirectly, that if you invest in greenery, you're not just making a more pleasant private space, but you're also restituting the value of of the community, enhancing the decor and environment, decoration and environmental quality, and thus helping the ecosystem, mitigating pollution, and trying to relieve overheating. This is a private urban garden. Something that is also very important is the European Fund financing plan, the Recovery and Resilience plan. In the period 2022-2026, a specific financing line has been conceived for the restoration and emphasis of public historic parks and gardens, amounting to 300 million euros. 100 million have been earmarked for large state complexes: Capodimonte Napoli Park, Royal Palace Park in Caserta, Villa Lante in Bagnaia, Villa Pisana in Stra, and Villa La Favorita in Ercolano. 10 million are going to be used for existing parks. 190 million have been publicly tendered for projects to restore, refurbish, and enhance public and private historic gardens selected by an ad hoc commission. So the next point is vocational training. In the European funding plan that has been granted, the Italian government has provided funding amounting to 8 million for the training of art gardeners, a new professional figure that can be included in the staff of public institutions. This is a professional role responsible for the care and management of historic gardens. An ad hoc training course organized in collaboration with the regions is planned to start this year, and there will be courses that will last 600 hours, mixing theory and practice. By 2025, this program should have trained more than 1,000 art gardeners distributed across the 13 regions that have joined the project. This new professional profile was endorsed by the Technical Scientific Committee for Museums and the Economy of Culture, approved by the Higher Council for Cultural Heritage, and implemented by the Ministry of Culture. It is a demonstration that within the Ministry of Culture there is a growing awareness of the role of cultural heritage of gardens and the need for their proper management.
So these are gardeners that work. The census. To date, there is initially no uniform and usable national census of historic gardens and parks. A first census, but relating only to historic gardens, obliged by decree of the Ministry of Culture, dates from 1992, showing more than 3,000 sites. It does not include the gardens of the municipalities, which are subject to other conditions and is therefore very limited and partial. Subsequently, some inventories were carried out by municipalities, provinces, regions, universities, and other institutions that carried out various inventory archiving works published in volumes. There are also numerous private organizations that have some databases of national interest. However, each subject has adopted a different methodology and approach that in order to make these data usable, we need a major collection intervention with homogeneous criteria. This possibility is now open as the financing plan earmarks 2 million euros for the census of historic gardens. First of all, we will have to collect all existing catalogs and inventories and give them a homogeneous approach. Then the inventory and archive will be completed. When it's incomplete or absent, the project is being defined by the Ministry of Culture with the collaboration of the APGI. So, restoration interventions provided for by the national plan. For the first time, as a demonstration of the growing awareness within the Ministry of Culture of the importance of the cultural heritage formed by historic gardens and parks. In addition to funding for training and census. Substantial funding has been provided for restoration and improvement interventions for a total amount of 290 million euros, distributed as follows. So 100 million for large state complexes, for example, Royal Bosco di Capo di Monte in Naples, Royal Palace Park in Caserta, Villa Lenti Villa Pisani, Villa La Favorita. 190 million for projects for restoration, enhancement of public and private listed historic gardens selected by a specific commission. So two of the state complexes is the Real Bosco di Capo di Monte in Naples and the Royal Palace Park in Caserta. They were both built in the mid-18th century by the will of King Charles III of Bourbon. Here we have the king as a child, and we have in the Prado Museum. So Charles was the son of Philip V, King of Spain, and Elisabetta Farnese, the last descendant of a very noble, wealthy, and powerful Italian family. And he was the grandson of Louis XIV of France, the Sun King, in 1734. He became the King of Naples, which comprised most of southern Italy, and he wanted to build a series of residences, palaces, and villas with gardens. Among the most important of these was, or is, the Palazzo di Capo di Monte in Naples, a majestic building where he displayed the collection of pieces of art inherited from his mother. So many valuable paintings by artists such as Titian, Raphael, and Caravaggio, surrounded by a 134-hectare park filled with statues and fountains. A very for the restoration of the park, a very detailed master plan has been drawn up, including all the necessary interventions.
Even more magnificent and scenographic is the site of Caserta, with a palace and a real palace with more than 1,400 rooms, which are all village furnished, to many smaller buildings and a scenographic park of 123 hectares, crossed by a large canal descending from a 70-meter waterfall. Around 1785, an English garden was added to the original core of the park, built by the architect Luigi Vanvitelli by mid-18th century. An English garden that followed the trend of landscape garden fashion already established in France and England. The English garden was commissioned by Charles Ferdinand IV, and above all by his wife, Marie Caroline, sister of the French Queen Marie Antoinette. A program of interventions which has also been prepared for the Caserta Park, especially for the vegetation, as many trees are very old and diseased.
So now we have Villa Lante di Bagnaia, located in the north of Rome, was commissioned by a powerful cardinal, Francesco Gambara, who aspired to become pope, and is one of the most beautiful Italian Renaissance villas arranged in terraces. It includes a part with a formal design. So we have the waterfall and the bronze statues with the cardinals formal design. So spectacular are the waterfall and the stone table for the cardinals' meals with friends, and above all the water parterre with the bronze statues for four young men bearing the cardinal's coat of arms. The condition of the park is not good, and work is urgently needed. Now we have Villa Pisani. So it's an 18th century villa, an example of the continuity of the traditional Venetian villas, which began in the 16th century with the famous villas designed by Andrea Palladio. The classical building is surrounded by a park with water, ponds, avenues adorned with statues, a labyrinth, and many citrus greenhouses. Now, the last one, Villa Favorita. It's another commissioned by King Charles III and near the archaeological site of Ercolano. So, the financing plan for interventions for the restoration and improvement of historic parks and gardens. Well, it had a code that expired on the 15th March 2022. And well, the title was Proposals for Intervention for the Restoration and Improvement of Historic Parks and Gardens, public call. So they received 1,081 proposals with a global request for expense of 1,300,000 million compared to the availability of 190 million euros. So the call was published on the 31st December 2021, expiring on the 15th March 2022. So the characteristic of the advertisements was to promote conservation and enhancement of public and private historic green areas in accordance with the guidelines developed by the working group specifically composed of experts in collaboration between APGI and the Ministry to promote the knowledge of this heritage through the funding of studies and research, encourage the private gardens also draw up management plans so as not to frustrate intervention over time, defining program maintenance, encourage individuals to ensure greater openness to the public, to promote alliances between different entities, public and private entities, creating networks and systems to promote the development of green tourism with alternative itineraries that promote places off the beaten track. The call envisaged that they could participate state historical gardens, both out of the Ministry of Culture and other ministries, as well as out of the university on which all the botanical gardens depend. Historic public gardens of municipalities, regions, provinces, and metropolitan cities. Private historic gardens, private individual companies, foundations, dioceses, and managing bodies. What were the requirements to be part of it? Well, the call for proposal provided very detailed requirements, each of which was giving a score, which then led to the ranking of the funded projects, of which the most important points are summarized below. So the historical garden or park had to be obliged by the Ministry of Culture to be open to the public, albeit with different organizations, for a minimum of 30 days a year. To have historical, artistic, botanical, landscape and social value, the project had to consider sustainability, accessibility with respect to various disabilities, attention to climate change, safety with respect to heritage, and with respect to visitors. The project had to foresee the provision of digital or innovative means of communication to broaden and facilitate the participation of different audiences, develop and establish relations with the territory of references through alliances with public or private entities. They have to involve schools and local communities without forgetting tourists, without neglecting tourist users. Each subject could propose no more than 3 projects. The amount of each project could vary from 200,000 euros to 2 million. So the works package was to give priority to green components, reserving no more than So the timetable for works was to be indicated with a reward for completion by the 31st December 2024. So result of the call. As of the date of 15th 2022, we had 1,081 projects have been received for a total amount of 1.3 billion against, well, compared to the availability of 190 million. So the committee in charge of selecting the projects to be funded was not an easy task. I know very well, well, as a chair of the committee, I know well what I'm talking about. So the 29th of March, the works ended at the end of, the commission appointed ad hoc examined the works on the 29th of March and it concluded its work in June. In the end, 129 projects were eligible for funding, including both public and private sites in roughly equal proportions. Bearing in mind, however, that many of the winning projects were submitted by private operators. To these projects are added the 5 directly funded as main state attractions for a total of 134 sites. If one of the 129 projects, 106 are located in the central northern area of Italy and 23 in the southern zone, the 20% provided in the tender, as the south does benefit from 85 million euros for large complexes. So Naples, Caserta and Scolano have 85 million euros in the south of Italy. Now, we have images of gardens that have obtained the funding. So Villa Durazzo Pallavicini in Geneva, Giardini di Ninfa in Sermoneta, Lazio, Villa di Val San Zibio in Padova is a wonderful villa with a special symbolism. A vegetable theater in Villa d'Ayala in Campania.
Torino.
Il Parco di Corigny in Torino. Villa Garzoni in Tuscany. So there are many assessments and analysis that can be drawn from this great project, both from a qualitative and territorial distribution point of view. But the one thing is unquestionable and relevant. It has been observed that this fragile and changing heritage sector is finally the object of attention of our institutions, and that there has been an impressive response from a plurality of subjects who believed in this opportunity. Now it's about harnessing these results and guaranteeing that this wonderful mechanism that has been unchained, find the right paths to be developed the best way possible. I think it's a great opportunity and an important one, and that this is a novelty for Italy, and it could be a model for other countries in Europe. I don't know. Thank you for your attention. I forgot the times and modalities. Sorry, it's not that important, but the owners of the properties have to end by the 31st December 2024, and the remaining part by 31st December 2026. This is established by the European Community as a fixed term. Thank you.
Pues ha sido una intervención.
It's been a very interesting intervention, so thank you for the effort of doing this in a perfect Spanish. We were reminded by the particularities and the needs of the gardens and historic parks, many times considered just an ornament of the architectural patrimony, and this has to be treated specifically. And we see this large amount of funding that has taken place in Italy and that we admire, and we are glad that this is how things are. So now we have finished with the different speeches with the Convention for the Landscape of the Council of Europe will be presented by Maguilon Desjons, who was Executive Secretary for the Council of Landscape in Europe until July the 22nd, so which is well knows what she's talking about. Also been Secretary of the Culture and Heritage Committee and responsible of the European Heritage. So Maguilon, whenever you're ready. The floor is yours.
Primero quiero decir que soy muy feliz de estar con ustedes y quiero agradecer mucho.
So first of all, to tell you that I'm happy to be here, and I want to thank Monica and the authorities of the City Hall of Madrid and of course the ICOMOS organization and all the protagonists of this meeting, UNESCO and everyone. So I'm going to talk about landscape on the Council of Europe. It's true that the title changed because, well, we are still a European Council, but it's open to other states too.
Bien, gracias. Sí. ¿Así? No. Abajo. Sí. Y usted ve para empezar este banco en el parco de...
So you can see this bench in the Retiro Park. And we have, well, this word paisaje de la luz that greatly summarizes the nomination and the success, because it's just no longer a nomination, but the result of Spain for this, to classify as the UNESCO heritage. And it's a very luminous title because you can see the nature, the sun, the light, the sunlight, and also the intelligence of the human being with museum, park, the botanical park, which is wonderful, and all this culture that is, well, concentrated in this space. And the value of UNESCO is to identify spaces that have a universal value, which is a benchmark for all of us, and this is important. We have on Earth high-level points of reference that we can dream of and think of as important examples for the territory. And each one wants to do the best for their land and, well, to move forward this way. So the title is interesting because it talks about memory of the past, but also of the future, opportunities for the future, right? And this is important to see the history in a linear way. As Monica said the first day, time becomes the protagonist, and this is important. So this the Council of Europe that is based in Strasbourg knows better of the human rights, because it was created after the Second World War in Strasbourg as a symbol to make peace become democracy, peace, and sort out problems of conflicts and I say because we are at such difficult times, and it's true that in Europe sometimes we think that all the progress we've made these last years, well, it's a real shame to see what's happening now, taking into account the progresses. But from a heritage standpoint, in the 70s we started to work with, well, sorting out of the territories, and this is important because it's a broad vision of the territory, with also urban planning, landscaping, environment, nature, culture, rural spaces, and there were ambassadors that were in the ministers' committee that wanted to push forward these topics. And finally, with the work of experts, with UNESCO and others, we had conventions for Europe, but it's true that they belong to this organization, but many others are open to other countries, and the conventions are these first. We have an in the 79 an archaeology in the city, and that with the development we had to think about new ways of shaping the city, architectural topic, also with the Canada convention, also wildlife and natural spaces. Or the directive of the European Union starts with this text, because the European Union as such has adhered to this convention, and then it became, of course, at world level, the Convention on Biological Diversity. And one last convention, culture convention, is about the value of culture for society. And of course I will talk about landscape later, but they were recommendations that don't have the value of a convention, but that are very useful to push forward many topics. And it's interesting to see these topics about public spaces have been already, well, approached in 1996, and I was admired to see how the value they had, and they still have, these texts in the year 89, with the archaeological heritage in the context of cities and the countryside in planning. Sometimes we draft new text and we don't take into account what exists already, and I think it would be better to use what we have and well, be more specific with what we already thought before and decided as concepts, because words are words, and we shouldn't be rigid about words, right? Ideas move, change, and also it was a basic text about sorting out of the territory with the Torremolinos Charter and other the ruling guiding principles of the territory that was adopted by the ministers at the pan-European level, in with the Russian territory and all these countries. And the convention, the Landscape Convention, was born in the year 2000 and was drafted by working groups in the Council of Europe with nature and culture experts that worked jointly. And it's true that at the beginning they said cultural landscape, but we didn't know what to do, and finally we decided just to use the term landscape. So that's how the work started, and we decided to use this term. Also, there were some countries that wanted to identify some territories, but other countries preferred not to, so that we focus more on policies. And the policies should be for all the territories. That was the idea at the beginning of this text. And it was finally signed in Italy, that hosted the signing in of the document in Florence, after there were 10 drafts, and there are 40 states that have ratified the text. And it was a protocol that entered into force in 2021, so that other countries that wanted may come and join. The text refers to other iconic treaties, such as the Convention of the UNESCO for the protection of world cultural and natural heritage, and the Convention on biological diversity, and also on the public's involvement. And the idea was not to, well, do what we already have, and to add to what we already have. And the value of these texts is very important, because the European Union, for the member states, prefers these texts. For example, we have a directive from 2014 that says, well, that for the protection and enhancement of cultural heritage of the historic cities, well, what we are talking about here, we should take into account these conventions from the Council of Europe. And we're talking about landscape, so this is the Convention on Landscape. It says more, but I don't want to get too much into detail, but the idea of the text is about this public interest. I mean, everyone has their own interest, and it's the interest of the current population and even of the population that is yet to come, our children. That's why it's a responsibility not to do just anything. We have to do things carefully, and we have to give them a lot of thought, and to do things in a simple way, using the right way the money invested. And we talk about a quality convention, and this is a key word, because when I say it's subjective, it is true that we cannot know. But people just don't walk by highways, right? Yesterday we were in El Retiro Park, that many people were, well, making the most out of the park. And each one wants this kind of life quality. This is clear. And diversity is another key word, because if landscape is the same in all the countries and places, it will be very boring. Because there was an Italian economist that used to say, why do people travel? Well, if not to see different landscapes, right? Sometimes it's to see family or otherwise, but many times it's to enjoy landscapes. And when we talk about tourism, it's not just tourism, it's hobbies or entertainment, right? Because on a given Sunday, or because of proximity throughout the pandemic, people wanted to visit parks to discover their closest environment.
And the convention talks about the whole territory, and I'm sure you're all acquainted with this text, but it's also very interesting to see how there's no separation between culture, social, environment, and economy, because the economy is also necessary, and the landscape is also about the heritage that it holds too, because the natural and cultural heritages are indeed the key values here. So this can actually give rise to a positive economy, quote unquote, thus creating jobs, raising awareness, making us smarter in a way, because when we walk down the cities, we will be able to indeed see the country's traditions. So if all neighborhoods and all cafeterias look the same, it wouldn't be as nice, right? It's also something cultural. The convention and the protocol have added this small sentence It's small in size, but the message is really great. It's an essential component at the global level for human beings, and it's a global at global level is an essential component of human beings' surroundings. I mean, we all want to live in unpolluted environments, of course, but also environments that can be a source of inspiration for children who are being born in terrible settings. This is actually a terrible problem because they lack access to an inspiration that they could feed from otherwise. And this is a right established by the Convention and a responsibility of each and every single one of us. And here we're also referring to public authorities at the national, regional, and local levels. They all hold a responsibility. And recently in France, there were meetings on the words of elected officials, because they need to get more and more involved in our day-to-day issues, and future elections will also touch upon all this. I mean, they will be elected on how they perform in this field. And as I said, the scope is the entire territory, because the entire territory is also a landscape. But here we're also talking about historic cities. And the convention talks about urban and peri-urban areas, because sometimes when you get to an emblematic site, you need to endure many difficult things, many terrible things before you get there. So it's something that needs to be perceived from a comprehensive perspective, right? From the moment you land at the airport until you get to the UNESCO site, what is it that you see? So it would be interesting to reflect upon what you see in that journey, right? And why? Well, because it's obvious that developments have taken place very fast in recent times. We've grown very fast, and there's been a rural exodus, and things have changed a lot. So this calls for due reflection. There's changes that are happening at the global level, as has been mentioned. Climate change, our consumption patterns, immigration, and all these things have been exacerbated too. These things were happening before perhaps, but now they're even more prominent. And in the convention we find the word harmony, and it's very interesting to perceive this concept, right? To have such a term in a convention, which speaks of quality too. And also it talks of landscapes, not with the cultural or any other component, and it's just landscape. And of course this refers to human beings. Human beings think, and when we think, there's something cultural, right? So it's a way of thinking too, and I think it's very important that we delve deeper into the definitions that we give to all these terms. There's indeed an action and interaction between the natural and human factors here. We are not isolated from our environments. We're not isolated from nature. And what the convention calls for is policy making. Here we get to the specifics, right? And it says that policies is an expression by public authorities of strategies, guidelines to push these topics forward. And it requests that quality becomes a criteria in the future horizon. Sometimes this cannot happen immediately, as there is a need for a budget for this, but it needs to be part of the objectives, right? And there's some key words, which are protection, management, and planning. And the protection or preservation is the the old way in which we approach this, because we're talking about the treasures of history, and this needs to be supported. We need to do many preservation actions, indeed, because these things are important for the future, and also the management is also for the land. We need management plans, and landscape planning and management is very important, because there's areas which are no longer a landscape. Perhaps the landscape has already been lost, but there is a possibility to create a quality landscape there, to recreate it. These shall not be lost spaces. Those spaces were landscapes, and we can come up with different landscapes after floods or after Fukushima in Japan. There's people who have worked on all these things again. And indeed, in Europe, there's been many forest fires. There's been earthquakes. There's many different risks. So there's things that can be done afterwards. And indeed, the policies are indeed serious, and they consider that landscapes need to be recognized seriously, and they require policies, and there's a need to have formulas to engage citizens, and also the integration of landscape is essential, because this is important for the ministers of culture of the environment, because they have already bought in, they're already convinced, but other ministries perhaps are not on board so much. So it's very important that landscapes are also taken on board in other land planning policies, agriculture policies, economy, infrastructure, education, etc. In recent years, there's been work done across the different axes, and this resulted in a recommendation that was adopted at the ministerial level precisely to support this. There's also very many other aspects that can help: awareness raising, education, training, professional action, so that we can indeed identify and assess landscapes, defining objectives, engaging the public, with public participation, and of course implementing, because if this just remains in libraries, it won't be practical. We have indeed created an information system that can be accessed by anyone. It's up on a website, and all countries are invited to report what's going on in their countries. They can answer at the national level and even at the regional level if they have competences for this. And the Ministers' Committee in 2013 has requested countries to do this at the European level, and this has resulted in a glossary to define concepts, because, as I mentioned before, words are important, and when we're working with 40 countries that have different cultures, and when we are trying to have a discussion and exchange, it's very important that we talk about the same thing. I mean, we need to use the same words too. So this glossary identifies concepts rather than words, because, for instance, paysage in French or Landschaft in German is really not the same as landscape. And in Central Europe and in Russia, perhaps the concepts are not the same either. So this is what we have in place, and it's of course not perfect. This is a long-term project. And when you begin inputting information, this helps gain momentum amongst public authorities, and it's also very helpful for professionals or others who may want to work on this. NGOs, for instance. And precisely in the last few years, there's been documents that have been created with, for instance, national strategies. In some countries, they have come up with a national strategy on landscapes for the whole country as a whole, and then they have come up with action plans, which are more specific, regional level or local level, and the whole territory becomes a working space. It's of course not easy, but if we create this dynamics, it's a good beginning. And there's also, for instance, many references, many urban plans. I cannot read through all the different landscape policies gathered here, but it happens. It so happens that sometimes you need to wait for 5 or 10 years to start seeing the results. But it's important to start working in one direction, and then everything starts moving. And the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe also has adopted a series of recommendations, and I'm about to finish. And here we have the different references. And to wrap up, I'd like to mention that there are some examples on the Landscape Award Alliance of the Council of Europe. These are granted at the national and international level based on 4 criteria. And here you see the different locations, but I'm going to go over this very, very quickly. And here I wanted to present some which actually tackle the subject matter that we're addressing here in this meeting. For instance, territorial analysis, historic cities, etc. And for instance, Galicia has done a great job in analyzing the territory as a whole, of course, including historic cities. But this is very important. And this was presented by the Ministry of Culture of Spain to the Alliance. Ancient cities. I thought ancient cities were historic cities, but this goes beyond that concept. There's example of cities which are part of the Alliance, Italy and Greece. I really like this one because it speaks of contemporary times in a city that was destroyed by fires and earthquakes. Here you have the example of Spain too, and historical cities. Well, we have, for instance, Luxembourg, Belgium, the city of Liège, in Latvia. Here we see this area where there's an art museum now. Carbonia in Italy. Well, I really can't go into every example, but I just want you to see some of the images. Parks in this example of San Sebastián in Spain. This is the Porto Ceris. The title it's very romantic. Actually, Porto Ceris was where fruit was taken to this area in France, and it was a very dirty area, but they have recovered this landscape, and now it's actually very attractive. Once again, Latvia, France, Cyprus, and Romania, Turkey. Well, I like them all a lot. This is another example in Finland. This is very interesting because the concept is that of an urban park. This is a legal basis there, and in Sweden they also have this legal formula considering the city as a great park that encompasses nature and culture. There's also cultural heritage with culture elements. I just want you to see the images very quickly. It's amazing to think that this is Brussels, right? It was a great job that NGOs did to preserve this tiny site, but now everybody holds it very dear. But the effort was outstanding. And here we have biodiversity and natural resources. I cannot really cover it all, but trees are a source of wealth for the economy. So this also creates jobs in cities and towns. This was in Bergamo that got the award in the last session. Examples of Norway, Bulgaria. You wouldn't believe that this is so close to a large city in Bulgaria. And you could even be seeing buildings here. And sometimes here we just have ways of living. Here the river was decontaminated, and there are different refurbishing works. Here we have more extraordinary landscapes. And by the way, access. Access is something that is basic too. This is these are landscape roads that provide access to the city, and we need to consider other memory recovery actions. Once again, education is important. In Catalonia, they did a great job on landscape education. This is education on polluted sites or contaminated sites. Here we have mayors that focus on a topic, and the whole population focuses on that for 1 year. Here we have examples of local, regional, and national collaboration. Estonia is an example of citizen engagement too. Well, you can see the different presentations. There is a children's book for primary school teachers. This has been translated into Spanish too. And here we have a special magazine on spaces and landscape. And it's very important that on the 20th of October we consider the International Landscape Day, because it also has to do with health, because landscape is a source of health for our mind, because it's a source of inspiration, and also for our physical health. And here I'd like to leave you with this image. Landscapes represent many things, and culture is something that is indeed ever present in our minds. So it's very important to preserve it. And I'd like to say that I'm very happy to be here, and I'd like to thank Carmen Añón for joining us, because it's wonderful to have her here with us. She's done so much in Spain and internationally for us. And over the course of the last day, I was reflecting on the fact that it's very, very difficult to define what landscapes are. And this morning, the song of Jörg came to mind, saying that love is a white landscape that cannot be jailed. And I thought that indeed landscape is the same. It's a wild bird that cannot be jailed, it cannot be caged rather. So I think that this was quite timely. Thank you very much for inviting me and for organizing this meeting.
Muchas gracias, Maguelón, por tu presentación.
Thank you, Maguelón, for such a thought-provoking presentation. We've seen images of wonderful landscapes that we all yearn to visit, right? We wouldn't mind traveling to visit them all right now. And it's great that we have treaties and tools at the national and international level, by Europe, by the UNESCO, at the global level. There's many instruments that tackle landscape, and it's very important that we use them to agree on what we're discussing when we talk about landscapes, and to try to get to a common definition, which is always complex because the concept is complex as such. And it's very important that all together we try and come up with national strategies so that we can include all these ideas in the documents that will allow us to adequately manage these sites. Now we're going to begin our roundtable. It'll be coordinated by Maria Rudne, Deputy Subdirector of the General Directorate for Management and Coordination of Cultural Assets in the Ministry of Culture. And we would like to invite all of our morning speakers to join us on stage so that we can begin with our roundtable. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Laura, for guiding us through this very many ideas that have been shared with us, opening doors to cultural gardens, landscapes, urban landscapes, and natural landscapes. I'd just like to share a logistic remark. Those who are going to visit this afternoon the Retiro, or those who have signed up for the visit, or those who haven't yet signed up for the visit, this is a great opportunity because it'll be led and guided by Santiago Soria, who is the head of Parks and Gardens. I'm not sure whether that's the exact title, but he will be there and he will be able to give you very specific answers to your questions on management and on coordination. We are going to be meeting at 6:30, but today we will be meeting in the O'Donnell Street door. You need to go up Alcalá. You can walk up by foot. This is in the corner of Menéndez Pelayo. There is an artificial mountain and a big gate, but otherwise, you can also hop on a bus in Cibeles Square and it'll take you there. It's just a couple of stops. So thank you very much. And now we are going to begin with our very interesting roundtable. Oh, by the way, I see that there's been people taking pictures of the different presentations. We would like you to know that the whole Congress and the roundtables, everything's going to be recorded. It'll be shared on the webpage of this meeting, so you will be able to go back to all of them.
Mañana.
Good morning. It's the end of our morning session, and now we're going to have some time for discussion. Yesterday, you had a very interesting discussion with regards to landscapes, and we could see how relevant this was for the different presentations too, especially with the last presentation that we heard about, Magellan. The convention is the Convention on Landscape, and the approach was a bit more general, while the UNESCO talks of cultural landscapes as a category, and as part of those cultural landscapes, there's been several publications and research performed on such a new concept, which is historic urban landscapes. Yesterday you were discussing whether what it is, whether citizens understand it, what it is, what it isn't. And we've heard very many practical cases that shed light on how we must work on the natural perspective on landscapes. We have seen that on the very specific presentations on World Heritage Sites and parks in Berlin too. And we were very jealous of the work that they've done in Italy along two very important lines, that of education. We don't have that category in Spain, so we're very jealous of that. And we've also been jealous of the different economic subsidies that you got from the recovery plan. At least in culture, the ministry that I represent, we didn't get a hold of those. I don't know whether the ecologic translation actually managed to get a hold of those. But there's been some common points in your presentations, and also based on the images that we saw. First, they need to be lived landscapes, and this goes to emphasize the importance that society has. Society, which is the one that inhabits those landscapes, and that should be feeling like they own those landscapes too. You also talked of the Faro Convention, and this is something that was made visible in the Mondiacult meeting last week. That was a turning point. In 1982, the Mondiacult meeting was indeed a turning point to extend the concept of culture. In Mondiacult last week, they were talking about culture as a public good for everyone, and they were speaking of the importance of culture as a driver for economic development, or sustainable development, also linked to the SDGs. So as part of those ideas that have also supported by the different ministers of culture, I'd like to ask you, what function does landscape have to be an element, which is relevant for the citizens? Landscapes in general, cultural landscapes or historic urban landscapes, can they be a public good? I mean, how can they really contribute towards sustainable development and the economic development of cities? We have the example of Berlin, which has been indeed mentioned. And I actually wanted to ask you a question about Berlin. How does real estate speculation have an impact on the preservation of sites, of World Heritage sites? So that real estate speculation that you're suffering right now, how are you tackling that? Thank you.
I think we have to be aware that World Heritage sites are something like a very exclusive minority of heritage sites in the cities and worldwide. And when I told you that whole Berlin is a World Heritage, and I mentioned that there are 3 sites which are including 9 components, it's only a very small part of the city which is concerned. So we succeeded in protecting this World Heritage site within the planning level, the land use planning, and all the instruments you have, and it is accepted by everybody, including the buffer zones, that they should not be concerned or used for interventions for the developments and so on. But what is more important is that and in the housing estates, the inhabitants, they were very worrying about to become, as they called it, the inhabitants of a zoo, which is visited by tourists, by guided tours and so on, and to live in their homes and their houses and in the gardens I mentioned as animal in the cage. So we organized it in a way that it is very moderate, and now we have the situation that it is accepted by those who are living there, who are responsible, and we also could protect it from speculation, from this pressure. But the pressure, nevertheless, is in other parts of the city, including, of course, heritage sites, and that's still very difficult. But I do not think that the landscape as a whole is threatened or is under threat by the speculation. It is more the question of the rents, of course, and who can afford to live there, and who has to leave the city or the belt around the city because it has become too expensive. And that is why I called it. It needs something like it. Like an integrated approach. It's not only a question of heritage preservation, of conservationists and preservationists and restorers. It's a question of cooperation with the planning department and with those who are responsible for planning, as well with other parties of administration, and especially, of course, with the community, with the people, because they decide how, and sometimes the protests in the streets are more sufficient and more effective than to discuss it on a professional level of conservationists and so on. So we think that the protest, for example, against the rising the costs for housing, etc., is helping to keep also the social housing as a social housing and not to make it to the side for gender, for further developments. That is, so we are depending on this support from the society and from the stakeholders who are concerned by this development.
Well, it's very interesting what you said and the importance of the community and the people who actually live in the houses and the society as a whole, who is living in the landscape. And in several of your interventions we heard about the importance of community and the society that considers the landscape as something of their own, evolutive cultural landscapes that change. Magellan, in most of your pictures, we could see many people. And in a historic landscape, many times we see the buildings in an isolated way, so maybe that is the complexity of the cultural landscape. I think that in this case, it would be very interesting, maybe, Mechtild, if you could mention or explain as the head of the Heritage Center, how do you see the citizens to live the cultural landscape from UNESCO, how you try to bring together these two concepts, bring them closer to society, to be able to convey that they are an essential element for not preservation but maintaining alive these landscapes.
We have come a long way from a division between nature and culture. We were able then to move towards the cultural landscape concept, which was a rethinking that we need to have a more integrated approach. But as Magellan also said, it's a very small set, the cultural landscapes within World Heritage. And what I also think, and in response to Mr. Haspel also, I think we need to have an approach to integrate landscape in the broader planning picture, because I think that was the missing link between let's take any city in the world which has a World Heritage Site, but they didn't look at, for example, we had many problems with high-rise buildings because the landscape approach was not used in the planning. And I think we need to bring that more into the debate. I agree with Mr. Haspel with the local communities, but also the expert views is very important, because if it's not listened to, I mean, you need to have this exchange at the different levels. And the other missing point, and I saw that in the meeting I was in Monday in the UK, and I see it here, is the dialogue with the natural heritage people. Because we need to have this knowledge to work on the landscape scale with and the connectivity within the landscape, whether it's through water, forests, etc. We need that to also address the climate crisis. And I think there is another connection where I think landscape architects, planners, etc. can come in really to help societies of tomorrow to grow.
No sé si los demás queréis hacer alguna aportación.
I don't know if anyone else wants to add to what Mechtild said, the relationship, I mean, that we have to work on different sectors together to be able to have a comprehensive perspective of the cultural landscape and the relationship with climate change. I don't know if someone wants to add something to what she said.
Es de tener una visión de...
I think it's important to have a vision of orderly territory sorted out, and the impact of these historic cities, to have a broader vision and to see access with traffic, because it's not an island in a city, it's part of the city, and how it relates with the other elements. And at country level it's important to be poly-centered. There are different things, not everything can be focused on one big cities and have empty towns and villages. We have to have employment in the villages and towns, and throughout the pandemic we saw in France that many people wanted to live outside of the big cities, and in the future, when the life conditions are not that good, I would say that many young people in their 30s would rather live in smaller cities. These are life choices, and this change in mindset, I think, will be important to take into account for the future.
Well,
the pandemic, yes, has resulted in a larger number of population wanting to live outside of the big cities. And also, one of the questions I want to ask you, tourism in the natural cities or natural places or sites and the urban landscapes has increased, and I don't know where the balance is, if we need a sustainable tourism. But leaving the city to live in the countryside in Spain is a country that suffers from that a lot. There's a demographical challenge there. This has to come with certain life conditions, and that's where the difficulty lies. But in Italy, where you have preserved so well the cities and the gardens, how to increase tourism in the not so well renowned places, right? All the villas and palaces you mentioned on the natural side. The tourism for Italy is very important, as you all know. The problem is also there are places with a lot of tourism and other places that are not very well known, and there's the problem now of creating alternative tourism itineraries, and the green itineraries are very important. That's why the Ministry of Culture, together with the Parks and Historic Gardens Association, which I vice chair, have a website. It is called Garden Route Italia, all together. And this is a project to present touristic itineraries by themes or by areas. We have the women's gardens, the symbolic gardens. We have water gardens. We have the Cardinals' gardens, or King's gardens, and these are itineraries that it's our combination of very populated and known places with others that are yet to be discovered, not so well known. And this is a test of that the ministry wants to carry out to promote alternative tourism. Also, landscapes, not just gardens. They want an itinerary, for example, on the wine landscapes, right, in relationship to gardens. So there's this attempt to develop alternative tourism for gardens and landscapes. Together. And this is the project of the ministry, and I'm working with this project now, on this project now. And in your case, you work with the Ministry of Environment or only culture independently? No, yes, we have a relationship. And the Ministry of Culture right now is just the Ministry of Culture. A few years ago it was the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, and also of Culture, Tourism and Agriculture. It's constantly changing the name of the ministry. Now we have a new government since 2 weeks ago, I think, and let's see what the new name will be. The Ministry of Culture, or Culture and Tourism, or Culture, Tourism and Environment. I don't know. And if the ministers are from the same country, this becomes easier. But if we have ministers from different political parties, is way more complicated. So, well, we have relationships, of course, with each other. This is very important to have relationships. The political situation in Italy is like ours. For us, it's culture, sometimes culture and sports, but we were never joined with the environment or landscape. Well, as you said, the importance of an orderly vision of the territory, right? And to carry out a good protection of that landscape, we have the need to have an comprehensive view. This comes with an orderly perspective of the territory, right? And this, to be able to protect the landscape, you have to think about that orderly landscape. Maybe someone from the audience wants to ask a question. I don't know if we open the floor for questions or we continue our debate. We have someone there that wants to ask a question.
Italy, because I think it's a huge project. Congratulations for this big success. And the first question is, where does the money come from? Because we want to benefit from this example. and the second aspect is, Maglon mentioned the problem of rehabilitating, of revitalizing, of recovering destroyed historic landscapes or destroyed landscapes, natural landscapes. Yesterday we learned about toxic heritage, which is, you can say maybe Chernobyl or Fukuyama, is it not World Heritage, but it's a heavy difficult. So is it possible, this program, can it also be used to recover destroyed landscapes? And to give an example, how people can act with destruction, with losses and with damages. The question is if the Italian program can be used for this, or is there any program to do this?
So this project is just for parks and gardens, historical parks and gardens. It's not for the landscape in general. It's a project, a specific project for this. It's one of the many projects we have. For the landscapes, the situation in Italy is not that bad because we have a law, an old law from year 1939 with a fascist government. They had two laws in Italy, one to protect the cultural heritage, monuments, museums, etc., and another one for landscapes, for the natural beauty. Those were the words used. So nature. So it was a very strong and good law that protected the landscape in Italy. We also have our own disasters, right? And that this is a normal thing. But this law protected us. This law has been delayed or until 2004, which means that it was a good law. And it was it was reinstated in 2004, so they reused it. So it requires to prepare for landscape planning. This is a big problem because only some cities have the landscape planning for. This is a plan for environment protection, and This is very important because to put structures for renewables or alternative energies, such as such wind farms. If the landscape is protected, you cannot put wind farms. But some of them do have that, such in Tuscany, or I can't remember how many more. That's a problem because if you don't have a landscape plan, you can do anything or everything. And this is a problem for Italy. So to have landscape plans, you have to have plans established, and I hope this was clear, because my Spanish is not very good. Yes, it was good, thank you. And Magdalena, if you want to add something. Yes, I wanted to say that in some countries we have round tables between the different ministries, and this is very interesting because each ministry is not well aware of this. And when they start to get to know about this, and this is how it went with many countries, they discover that it's very, very interesting. And with their own competences, they can do many things. While maintaining their competences, but the way they think and work, in the way they think and work, they include this. That is integration in sectorial policies. No one wants to be sectorial, but let's say on a theme basis, and that's how things are. About talking and meeting with each other, you work in a very interesting way.
Point Mr. Haspel made on the destroyed landscapes. I think this is a critical point because we have seen it, destroyed landscapes in the Yugoslav war. People are no longer there. We have a huge loss of diversity, agricultural diversity, species, etc. And the communities are no longer there. So what are you doing for the recovery? And I think this applies to all conflicts in the world, and we have really a handful of them. The other point is we have now experiences of destroyed landscapes, for example, of mining areas, which is especially in Germany, we have also lots of them. And this is, again, we need to work with the botanists and natural conservation experts, because in many of these areas, people are not allowed to use the products of their own gardens anymore because of heavy metals in the soil. So I think there is, again, a reconnection for the recovery of these entre guillemets, lost landscapes, and I think this is an area where we will have to work for different reasons in the near future, much more than we think.
Yes.
I fully agree. I don't know if someone wants to add to what she just said, but that destroyed landscapes that we have to recover, especially the mining landscape. In Spain, we worked in the north of Spain, and the Ministry of Ecological Transition has a plan to recover those landscapes in Spain, but the balance is not that easy to find, especially for the community that lives there, that used to live from an industry that no longer works, that we have to recover the landscape, but at the same time that the people that live there can continue with their livelihoods. So the balance between safeguarding and people being able to live there. So it's one of the more complicated things. I think there was someone in the audience that wanted to say something.
Thank you. Patience, Patricia O'Donnell. I wanted to say that in the parallel field of ecological restoration in the United States, we have about 50 years of work. So we have this baseline work. In addition, we have federal funding for brownfields and toxic sites that's been at work for decades. So across the world, there are practices and projects that others can learn from and move forward with. But I would mention the Society of Ecological Restoration, which I think has at least 40 years of journals. Many of them site-based research. So this is the kind of interdisciplinarity and linkage to the scientific basis and experts that are in natural heritage that we should work with. And I would say in this regard that IUCN has spent much of their directives and efforts on saving nature in situ. And only recently have they begun to embrace ecological restoration. When we have 2 years ago, the UN Convention on Biodiversity indicating that we have 75% of the planet deeply altered by humanity, it's time to rise up with ecological restoration, because much of what the humanity has touched that we have destroyed. So there is that process. But let me also say that I would like to push back a little bit on our language today, because we don't own the landscape, we share it. And the landscape, you spoke about, is there a benefit for the public good? I think we could flip the question and say, is there a time when human care and protection could be thought of by the landscape that we are a benefit? Not yet, but maybe someday.
Muchas gracias por tus aportaciones.
Thank you for your contributions and saying that we don't own, but we share, not just the landscape, but the planet we live in, and that is something we should all bear in mind. I think there were more interventions. So thank you. And well, very interesting, all the interventions we've had this morning. I'm very thankful. I wanted to make a comment, which is that all of us here, and all of us that are part of the sensitivity and love for landscape coincide in the need to preserve it, to enhance it. But one thing is what we say in meetings and conventions or cultivated or intellectual meetings, such as this one, and a different thing is what we say when we put things into practice. And in any of the countries, in Spain, of course, also, we have a deep contradiction between that love for landscape and so the values of culture through the territory and what is the orderly practice of the territory, which is a very complex world where we have multiple actors involved or stakeholders, and many of which are the economic and especially the real estate actors. So we have a contradiction between preservation and enhancement from a cultural standpoint or the heritage standpoint, and from the speculative standpoint, especially in historical cities or spaces that have special value. For example, if we talk about historical spaces, of course, where they have an even larger real estate interest. So we have a contradiction there. And in that contradiction, we're also between the different legislations of all the countries and of the territory under the heritage. They go in different ways. Even if we try to find a meeting point for them, we have some landscape laws, and this may call for another conversation, because many landscapes laws are forgotten in terms of when put into practice, and are unlinked in terms of territory planning. So there's a conflict between protection, conservation, and enhancing of cultural values from the world of culture and from the UNESCO at international level, from ICOMOS and the ministries, the cultural ministries, and the reality that ties and generates those conflicts. So at some point, we should find that meeting point between both worlds, or the legislation for the land planning and the heritage protection. I think that this kind of meeting is very interesting, but the real challenge is how to get to that meeting point, how to find it, and also involving somehow the communities, the citizens, right? The citizens' involvement, because I think it's clear that in some cases the cultural landscapes has been saved thanks to the citizens' action and not to the action from top down of the big cultural institutions. And I can give you specific examples. In Valencia and Cabanyal, in that interesting and modernist neighborhood, that is at great danger of disappearance by a local planning of a general urban planning, and that those general plans become enemies of the culture and heritage. But that interesting neighborhood of great modernist value was saved exclusively for the citizens' demonstration. But let us save El Cabanyal by citizens. So that's why I think that apart from that those meeting points between legislations and between ministries, that meeting point between sectors and sectorial levels, the different ones that have to converge, also the citizens should be included. And this is something that's being said in the European Parliament and the European Union and, of course, the UNESCO. But this is not seen very much, or in a very incomplete way. So these are challenges that I just wanted to share with you, harnessing this occasion and your kindness for letting me talk here. And here are also I'm speaking from the Real Geographical Society of Madrid. Thank you.
Yo tengo una pregunta.
I have a question, if I may. I'm curious to know whether there's other governments in Europe that have devoted or that have received European funds for the rehabilitation and enhancement of gardens and landscapes. If it were Spain, it may have been historic gardens through the Ministry for Ecological Transition. In the Ministry of Culture, with the European funds, we haven't restored any gardens, because this has gone to all European countries, indeed. So, for instance, this was used to work on recovery and resilience after the pandemic. And in Italy, the government has attributed 100 million to historic gardens. So I'm curious to see what other governments have done. In Spain, we haven't destined those funds for gardens. A lot of money has been devoted to the rehabilitation of assets of cultural interest, and this may include some historic gardens. Right here and now, I don't know whether some have been devoted to historic gardens. And from the Ministry of Ecological Transition, I don't know whether the Ministry of Ecological Transition or the Ministry of the Environment have devoted any funds to that. I'm not really sure about historic gardens as such. I think two other people wanted to take the floor right there.
To complement what the gentleman was just saying, among these actors and stakeholders, municipalities and mayors, sometimes they're the worst because their policy and the political approach is not at all friendly to integrating what we've been talking about for 2 days. But some, on the contrary, are trying as hard as they can. through the tools they have, which are not necessarily heritage protection tools, but other tools where they can manage to promote a more integrated approach. One of the basic ones is land use control, of course, city or village development. And in many cases, when they are willing, they really need help in terms of capacity development, advisory services, especially for local and small communities, and also this issue and challenge of enforcement. There are laws, but if there's only advisory services, there's an issue of enforcement, and again, the capacity. So that depends on different countries where there's this issue of enforcement. Case of Liverpool, clearly, there was an advisory capacity, but the enforcement and control didn't work. So lending a hand to mayors, there's a decentralization process that has been going on for 50 years or more. So it's really reaching out to them, not thinking they're only the enemy, but really key actors, and we have to work with them and find a way of guidance, training, workshop, whatever you call it, but really work with them.
Totalmente de acuerdo.
I completely agree. There was a lady right here requesting the floor, and then you can have the floor. I'm Ana Bakuda from Cultural Landscapes. In Latin America, things are very different to what we are discussing here. We don't have a lawn landscape. We are still trying to converge and to be aligned to try and come up with one. On the other hand, between 1880 and 1930, there were great parks, public and private parks that were created. There's areas which are large fields in the hands of landowners that are green spaces, indeed. And also in addition, and in general, we also have squares. Squares that have an origin in the Spanish colonization, which are with a square form and a different character. And this was also replicated at a smaller scale in cities. We currently have very few natural, cultural, historic landscapes. But recently, in the past 30 or 40 years, we oftentimes see reserve sites. This is something that we have focused on. Reserves that cover large surfaces, and they're not approached as landscapes, like, for instance, castles, Lacerta, Valiconte, which are more present in Europe. But they also consider the landscape and the life that happens around it. It's a different concept. It's a bottom-up type of concept. And we're talking about very large surfaces. But from the standpoint of design, they're just approached as something that shall be preserved. We're making progress, though. In Argentina, this degree only dates back 30 years. I mean, in Latin America, on average, that's the duration of the tradition. So we are just waking up to this now. What we see has a wealth of content, and I wanted to show to you a different experience. Good morning. There's so many things here. It's difficult to focus because every time a hand is raised, a new message is added. So, since we're discussing as to whether we should be working bottom up or top down or from back to forth and all the other way around, let me begin with what has just been said. I am not very much acquainted with Latin America, but I know a bit about a country which is very close to Argentina, Paraguay. And the concept of landscape there is very different, and it's a bottom-up type of approach. It's actually the inhabitants that are integrated with the landscape, and everything else takes a lot of time, in particular in Paraguay. There, 80% of the territory is in the hands of 8% of the population. And that, as such, is something that explains what happens in the scope of landscape. You cannot even talk about a state for the citizens because ownership is in the hands of private individuals, unfortunately. So this is very different to what we have here. So that was a comment aimed at supporting what has just been shared by the neighbor, by this neighbor of ours, by the previous speaker. And also, I'd like to mention that I'm very satisfied to note things like what has been made by Maglon, two very important things. When she began her presentation, she said that we shouldn't bury words with words. And from the standpoint of what we're discussing here, I think we have gone beyond that effect, burying words with words. And we're now getting to the specific. And we're just trying to see ways of taking actions, such as what was proposed by Campitelli. Those very specific works go to define the implementation of all of this. And at this point in time, we're constantly talking about applications, and the world of IT has given a new sense to this word, and it's currently in the mouth of everyone. And here, we are precisely trying to find applications to the theoretical component of this, of something that we all consider necessary. I think that all that is quite positive. The most complicated part, as Magellan mentioned, is to try and cage a bird without it feeling locked up. I mean, we need to bundle all this, but yet we all need to feel free in doing so. I hope that we can come up with a solution. I see there's proposals, at least. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the point that there's been discussion about the idea of legislation for landscape or whatever, but I think there are many different legal traditions represented both here and internationally. And I know that when we were working on a landscape policy, a national landscape policy, it was made very clear to us that a landscape law was not the way forward, that the way landscape is protected in Ireland is through planning. Now, whether I agree with that or not is a different matter, but that there are different legal traditions, and some legal traditions, they have a facility to bring in a law about something. Other legal traditions don't have that. So we do need to look, maybe sometimes there are other ways of looking at it. And certainly the way we approached it when we were doing the landscape strategy was the idea of landscape character assessments, that landscape character assessments would be used as the tool to inform planning. Just a general point. The other point I just wanted to make, I thought it was interesting that Jörg made the point of local pressure being very successful, that rather than necessarily having legal systems, that when there is a popular pressure, it puts the politicians do have to think about it. And I'm saying this as somebody who was a civil servant, that the politicians reacted probably more often to popular pressure than to the expert advice that they might receive from their advisors. So, just I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Leonella Scazzosi. My intervention is only to underline that we have to be more precise about the word city, ciudad. Because I worked a lot as expert also for the European Landscape Convention. And city, what is a city? Is urban areas, but also peri-urban areas. Peri-urban areas many times, like in Milano, has many gardens, small gardens, historic gardens, and squares, alleys, and so on, and rural landscape, historical rural landscape, that for UNESCO word is cultural landscape. So we need to connect not only the city, the historical city, with the peri-urban areas that are many times in Europe, at least, as many historical elements, not only elements but areas. I would like to underline another topic. Cultural landscape management. Cultural landscape management is, I underline the importance of citizens' active activities, because also the experience of Milano municipalities, but also many other municipalities and peri-urban areas demonstrate that is absolutely important to protect gardens, specific part of the cities and the peri-urban areas, historical part of peri-urban areas, like rural landscape. The activity of a citizen is crucial. The experience in Milano is that regarding not only historic gardens, but rural areas. And I would like to underline the connection. When we speak about cultural landscape, we need to connect the element and the areas. Connection, relationships is more important than focus only on one element or another element. Thank you.
Si alguien más quiere intervenir. Sí.
Would anyone else want to take the floor? Yes. Thank you very much. I'm Alberto. I'm a geographist. We've talked about green infrastructures quite a lot. It's a concept that hasn't been expanded, but I think it's a very interesting element because it mixes nature and the built environment, and I think that these elements can be used for urban landscape planning. According to the European Union, these are defined as areas that offer a relevant number of ecosystem services. So, for instance, being able to see in the case of Madrid a bit beyond the cultural landscape as such, and connecting it with the external part of the city, protected areas and nature. This link needs to be used to foster preservation for protected areas within and without the city. Parks, of course, and many others. And it could also be a recommendation in Madrid. And this should aim also at fostering interministerial collaboration, as has been mentioned when talking about the Ministry of Culture and Ecological Transition. So maybe it would be a way to better approach these challenges. So that was just a remark, and I'd like to put forth whether there's any ideas to make those connections, and indeed you did make a mention of that before. So thank you.
I would like to react to Leonela and Alberto, because I think it's absolutely important to look at the urban context and the surrounding rural landscapes. And as Alberto mentioned, the ecosystem services of these landscapes are absolutely vital for the cities in terms of the food, in terms of recreation, in terms of health. In global crises, I think we need to look at the territorial scale. Sorry, I'm also a geographer, like many in the room. So I think it's the right scale. And that brings me to another point. As we speak today, there is the opening of a trail across Scotland, so it links to your point also. The whole of Scotland, to link all the different UNESCO designations. And it brings us to think about the connection between the World Heritage Cultural Landscape, the city, the geopark, and the Biosphere Reserve. And I think what you can do with that, it's not so much the tourism, it's of course also tourism, but it's also to give something back to the communities, because they are absolutely proud of those designations. And it's again at the landscape and territory scale. So that I wanted to share with all of you.
I did want, I would like to know how we could join all those sites, all the designated UNESCO sites in Spain. I wonder how we could do that. Anyone else would like to ask a question? Antonio? Hello, good morning. I simply wanted to share that something that is a milestone now is regarding landscapes as something cross-cutting, because until not that recently, landscapes were just related to the environment, ecology, in some cases urbanism. There was aesthetic flavor to it all, discerning what was beautiful, what wasn't. But now, thanks to all the steps forward, we have a more cross-cutting vision that encompasses us all. And I think that it's essential to note how it feeds from all those things: planning, urban planning, heritage protection, the environment, and still we're trying to implement new measures in this sense. I don't know whether it's been raised, but on Monday, on the official State Gazette, a law was published that says that Mar Menor has legal entity. Mar Menor is also a landscape. This is a milestone because it's the first time that this happens in Europe. This was a popular initiative, an initiative led by the people, and this links back to what was mentioned before when we were talking about pressure from the citizens. And there's just a handful of cases in Colombia, New Zealand, and now in Europe we have a case, that of Mar Menor. So it is a milestone because this space now has rights granted to it, and therefore this can be claimed by society, by the administration. So these are milestones and steps taken forth, especially based on this cross-cutting perspective. Thank you. Yes, I wanted to comment on diversity. Perhaps some of the countries don't have such great diversity. The diversity of Spain is enormous. So on that basis, when we speak of legislation, we need to realize the differences that exist on the territory and across landscapes, comparing the south and the north. They say the south does exist too. They say that here in Spain. Yes, it does exist. But if you actually compare the way human beings spread from Galicia through to the Pyrenees, you come to realize that over there a large share of the population lives in a disseminated form, as we call it from a technical perspective. But the dissemination across Galicia and Cantabria and Asturias, it's great, and there's differences there too. So as part of SDGs, it becomes very difficult to implement the goals in areas where we have a very dispersed population. It's scattered, and there need to be small scale roads, but very widespread, and it's very different. If you go to Almeria, the situation is completely different, and this gives rise to also great differences between landscapes, sites, and empty places too, if you compare one location to another. So based on that, trying to come up with one same legislation to render results across the national territory, that is something of great complexity. And at the end of the day, this falls back in the hands of regions and local authorities and coming to an agreement, and that is very difficult. Would anyone else like to take the floor? Yes, there's one more person asking for the floor. I'd like to share a reflection and also share a thought that I've been dwelling on for a while. I think that in this context of climate change, we are reviewing also territorial identity. It's a moment of adaptation. We're trying to reinforce social bonds, cultural honor, and there's some areas in which they start talking about bioregions. And I really like the term, because it takes into account ecosystemic legacies. Areas group up into smaller territories with a common approach. So the concept of bioregions is becoming a proposal for the future, which can help us restructure our territories too, because part of this discussion should be how we revisit territorial management or land planning with all the different elements, cultural, social elements, and all on them all, and how to manage them. So this is a concept that I find very inspiring, and I think it gives back the honor to mistreated cultures, like indigenous cultures, for instance, and it, in a way, revitalizes all this using a format that is functional from the local perspective and from the standpoint of self-management. So I wanted to put forth this concept to determine whether from heritage management and from cultural landscapes you could take on board this idea to work on the basis of bioregions and support these new ways of identification. Just wanted to share this reflection with you. Monica, I think we've run out of time, so thanks everybody for participating, for sharing your reflections on landscape, and I think that we agree on very many points, especially on the need of further work to be done. We still have a long road ahead of us. Thank you to our morning speakers for traveling from so far away. Here we have the main opinion leaders in landscape and biodiversity. It's been a pleasure to host you here in Spain. It's lovely to see you again, by the way. We miss you at UNESCO. You should come back. And thank you to all of you. And we will resume the session this afternoon at 4. And let's hope that from our little area we can continue to protect heritage and, most importantly, raise in awareness amongst others of how this important landscape is. At least in the Ministry of Culture, we really need to improve on awareness. We need to do more awareness amongst ministries and the citizens. So we'll meet you again later. Thank you.
Hola.
Good afternoon. So hi, now let's get started. As always with a slight delay, but I'm sure we'll be able to catch up later. So it's important that we finish in time because we have visits later. So at 5:06 tops we have to finish so that we can make it to the visits. And to coordinate the afternoon session, we have one of the institutions represented the community of Madrid, Lucas García Aguirre, with masters in museums and with a a bachelor in administration and many other things I won't mention. Now she is general manager for cultural heritage for the community of Madrid. It's very important for you to be here today because they're going to introduce, amongst other things, a beautiful initiative on landscapes that we are carrying out right now. The landscapes from a heritage standpoint. And now I'm, giving the floor to Lucas and David. Thank you, Lucas.
Muchas gracias, Mónica. ¿Se me escucha correctamente?
So first of all, it's a pleasure to be here in this international meeting, and we consider it to be an excellent initiative that places the city of Madrid and the community of Madrid in the right place, I'd say, about reflection and preservation of cultural landscapes, the urban landscapes. Now, today's afternoon will be about social engagement and managing cultural landscapes, which is a very interesting subject matter, and we will have top speakers that will contribute with their experience and about everything that is very attractive to be able to understand the problems and the current times of social involvement. And for this session, we have David Rejano, who will be also a narrator. He's on heritage education and community of Madrid. We work together, and he's a PhD in audiovisual communication. Also, he is in the body of the museum preservation, and also a technical director for the region project we will introduce now. Let me see what we have. So, I think it's a bit blurry, right? Yes, a bit. Let's see if we can sort this out. Let me see. Let me try something else to see if we can see this right. Maybe here's better, right? Okay. So, well, knowing that I have a long journey in front of me, I felt free, transported, and I dare say happy. So, Juan Bennett, what is region mission? It pursues the investigation, preservation, and dissemination of the landscape of the Community of Madrid. It counts on three main goals that could be broken down in some others, but they have the three main pillars of the project. It's about disseminating an inclusive conception of the landscape, then documenting the landscape of the Community of Madrid from a contemporary photography and favoring valuation of landscape as cultural heritage. To organize this project, we have had 3 different managements, each of them contributing a different perspective in order to develop the project. And on the one hand, we have the technical management and the historical heritage in the Community of Madrid. Inside the heritage education, the technical director is David, and he also has working with him the team of dissemination and heritage education. David is, well, the soul of the project, and he, well, infected us with his vision. It was contagious, all of us inside the project, and he has a great profile because in addition to, well, know very well photography, he's an excellent professional for the heritage, so the right person for this project. Then we have science management run by Mónica Luengo, and she doesn't need to introduce here. She's one of the best landscapers in Spain, VP of landscapers in Spain, etc., etc. So she has the mission of working on the heritage approach. We will explain that this project has on the working on landscapes and how we convey the cultural landscape in the photography mission. And then also the artistic side belongs to Paco Gomez, a photographer, well, a museum expert, a very skilled man who's on the artistic side. He selected the photographers and also the artistic and documentary work on site. Well, yes, and the field work. And well, at this point, it would be useful to think about what a photographic mission means. So, from the beginning of photography, we have background where the great public institutions commissioned photographers the documentation of the territory to analyze the changes and the transformations of the landscape. Well, we can mention the 1937 for the Farmer Security Administration in the US that commissioned to 11 photographers to depict the poverty in the rural areas in the US, and they created a documentary archive, very important one and valuable, that is already part of the history of photography. Another example of photographic perspective, it can be found in France in the mission called Datar in the 80s. It was commissioned to a series of photographers from the French country to document now the French territory with big changes, both demographic and industrial, that affected the transformation of the territory. In Spain, we have had some examples of photographic missions, usually local projects, limited projects that made a reference to the need to depict something specific of the territory. The region project goes in line with this tradition as a photographic mission. It's done in the Community of Madrid, and is the first mission carried out, and like this, where an ensemble community intends to document the whole territory. It has differences and similarities to other photographic missions carried out in the past. So this way, one of the essential characteristics is the heritage approach I was mentioning before. We were interested in the conception of landscape as heritage in an inclusive and open vision, including the classical historical heritage, the tangible one, and also urban landscapes, as we will see later. Another difference and characteristics of this photographic mission is parity. We selected 33 photographers, 17 women and 16 men. So, a majority of women that was different to other missions made before, were, we found much more men than women. In choosing the photographers, we must emphasize that we were looking for an auteur profile, many of them, or signature profile, engineers that had an experience in making pictures of the territory, of the land. Several pictures of the photographs I'm showing you make reference to that documentary and photographic fund that I mentioned. One of the characteristics of the region mission project that sets it apart has to do with the territorial organization of the mission that has been organized systematically to cover the whole territory of the community of Madrid, and so that all the municipalities were represented. Here you can tell about the organization. Thank you, Lucas. About the territorial organization, it's important to emphasize that the exercise of competences in heritage in administration was something sweet and sour. You said what was good, you declared it of heritage interest, but there was something else that was not acknowledged or recognized. So if we wanted to have an inclusive landscape vision, we couldn't leave anything outside of that. We had to represent all the municipalities, and they had to be represented the exact same way. So we decided that all the photographers had to deliver 10 pictures of the different municipalities. This is very solid, apart from the municipality of Madrid, which is so big. So we needed to divide it by district, but the same criteria, 10 pictures per district. The community of Madrid is 179 municipalities. So with this we have 1990 pictures for the fund. So this division is important. We divided it by areas so that the photographers, to make the task easier for the photographers, and so that they could own the area, they could feel they owned the area. What we see here in the image, we have Carlos Ujan's picture of the bridge, and on the right hand side you can see how it was distributed by photographers. And this is how it was told in the communication campaign, in the social media, where we tell, every week we tell about the job of one of the photographers, and this will go into the archives of the community of Madrid, and it will be part of the Misión Región, region mission project, and to generate more heritage or new heritage. Also, we should think how all this field work was made on the preparation part of photography. It was a new task carried out for the first time in the community of Madrid. We didn't have any previous experience about this, with this approach of the heritage side. We were interested in, and it was a challenge, of course. So first of all, we prepared the documentation for photographers about the vision we had of the heritage, of what we were interested in depicted in the mission. And also we carried out several meetings with the photographers to explain the evolution of the concept of heritage, and how we went from the classical concept of the big monuments to a very inclusive concept and a broad one. It has been, very much discussed these days, I'm sure, that it takes into account the people living. And so we worked with the photographers so that they had the right approach. Also, in the commission, we took into account that they had to depict the variety of the municipalities, so they had to gather everything, the types of heritage of the municipality, and what Monica insisted upon is the spirit of the place, how to capture the essence of the territory of a municipality. This was essential, not just for the municipality, but the autonomous community as a whole. Also, the photographers, during more or less 6 months, from February 2022 until July that same year, we carried out a study, a field work of the area, carrying out several visits. And inside this approach, they had the freedom of the artist to, with their own gaze, to depict the territory, how they wanted, and to show the transformation and characteristics of the landscape. At the same time, we established several technical requirements, and that was important too. Some of them that had to do with the metadata included in the pictures so that they were geo-referenced, because one of the goals of the mission is that in the future it serves to interpret the current landscape of the community of Madrid. So if that picture is geo-referenced, the researchers of the future can, at a given point, go to that place and see how it has changed the landscape. Also, we included a brief description of the picture, and with several formats. It has to be colored pictures and, well, and some formats to have a common approach. But then they had the freedom to, they use their own gaze and transformative gaze. Inside the field work too, we insisted on the need to be in permanent contact with the general management of heritage and culture, and also the scientific director and the artistic director. And also we contacted the municipalities so that they had someone to go to enable them access to some places that for some reason couldn't be accessed, to explain them the story of a certain place, etc. So the result is that we set up a fund, documentary and photographic one, of almost 2,000 photographies that will stay in the regional archive to be used and enjoyed by the citizens, and that will enable for a current, current study and a future study to analyze the transformation of the territory. We are interested in mentioning the different actions that we will carry out in the short and mid-term for this project. The first would be, well, to have the fund that already has a very important value. Also, we are working on a temporary exhibition that will gather around 2,000 pictures of the documentary fund, and that will articulate around the message of landscape as heritage. So this temporary exhibition that will be open in February 2023 in the HQ of Cultural Heritage, El Águila. So you are invited to come and visit the exhibition. Also, there will be a publication about the mission and the work carried out. Another important thing, and I think, well, that's why we are telling you this now, because this process will have a social engagement dynamic, because we are interested in the vision of the photographers that are recognized and have the experience to interpret the landscape, but we're also interested in the vision of citizens and how they approach their reality and their gaze about their landscape and how it influences their identity. So this social engagement will have next year 2 elements, and then we'll keep on working in the years to come. Then we have a calling through the social media for them to contribute pictures of landscapes, landscapes nearby that will be compared to the ones from the author, and then we'll have a call for the institutes, for the high schools of the community of Madrid, with a series of groups of students to the workshops of heritage education, so that they come to the exhibition and they are explained with the intention of the exhibition, and that they come home and they make pictures and contribute with their important gaze about their nearest landscape. So this social engagement will start next year, and we intend to continue the next years to keep on enriching this documentary archive. So, to sum up the project's philosophy, we are intended in delving deep on how we transform, how we inhabit the landscape, how we deteriorate it, or how we make it ours or take care of it, and it's part of our everyday lives. Region is included in then, that twist, including the gaze of the subject observing the landscape. Also, we're interested in how the landscape observes us, and it gets into our homes, bars, and leisure places. It asks ourselves how we build, how our houses adapt to nature with different materials, shapes, and results, how the territory shapes the way we live. Región delves deep into our dreams and how they depict their footprint in landscapes, our games, swimming pools, our ridiculous happiness islands, our solidarity, our hobbies. It shows the person isolated and also people when they engage with their landscapes. It's a region about change, how landscapes change. I literally send to the generations of the future so that they can understand how they are, starting from who they wear, how they wear it. It depicts the variety of the landscapes of the community of Madrid from an urban and natural perspective. Región is a reflection on the boundaries and the frontiers we try to use to separate territories. It makes us think about the concept we use in cultural landscape, the boundaries of the notion of cultural landscape. It vindicates the classical concept of historical heritage and also the intangible heritage and the ones that are forgotten or ignored. So the urban periphery cannot be excluded from the heritage approach, creating identities and shaping the culture of the people that live in it. So Región is a journey through people and the territories of the community of Madrid, a project very much alive that we invite you to join to help you define with each gaze our territory. So thank you, and with this we finish our presentation for Misión Región project. Now I'm going to give the floor to the next speaker, Carmen Rojas. She works in World Heritage and dissemination of the heritage of the city halls. She's architect and civil servant of the engineers and architects. She develops her work in historical heritage. She worked in historical heritage and urban planning for 14 years in the Community of Madrid, in the last 19 years in the City Hall of Madrid. She has a professional career focused on historical heritage, and she has been on the nomination for Paisaje de la Luz. They're working on that, and she is very much linked to the social engagement in Paisaje de la Luz, and she will tell us about her experience. So, I'm giving her the floor, so thank you very much for your attention. I will come back because I have to moderate the round table, and we can answer all the questions and the debate that comes after.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes a todos. Es un placer para mí poder hablar.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to address you in this international meeting on cultural landscapes that I was fortunate enough to organize together with Mónica Luengo. And in a way, we are always trying to introduce in the landscape of light our asset that is registered in the World Heritage List. We always try to disseminate it so that specialists and citizens and people's of all paths of life can actually get to know it and get closer to us in a way. We are going to very briefly introduce the core aspect here, what this asset means, the landscape of life, which refers to Paseo del Prado and Buen Retiro, Passage of Arts and Sciences. This is the very lengthy but official name that has been registered in the World Heritage List. We would like to share that it was a long journey, this project. It was supported since 2018 by the region of Madrid, even before that in 2017, and then it received the support of the state from 2018 onwards. And this is the result of a joint effort. The three administrations have been working hand in hand from the very outset on this project. And it's an example of inter-administration work, and it's something that has been very fortunate and enriching for all of us that have taken part in this. Here you have the scope of this asset. On the right-hand side, you can actually see the limits of this scope. This is the scope that was considered valid. We must state that because since July last year, we've been trying to correct some aspects that UNESCO required us to specify, like for instance, describing the different limits. So we have followed all the different requirements and guidelines that have been shared with us. This is the landscape of light, the current one, and it was already a landscape of light in 2016 when this landscape was initially formed with an outstanding exception, an outstanding universal value proposition based on 6 points. Cultural landscape where nature and science are to be found. It's the first European urban path, and the monarchy was established there, and it represented the emphasis that monarchy put on development of art, and it is indeed an intervention model of urbanism during illustrated absolutism. Also had influence on the Hispano-American sphere. Also sciences were introduced by way of recreation and education, and it's a civic and representative space. It was already back then in the 16th century, and we consider that it will continue to be so. Here you have an image of the moment when the Republic was declared. This is a more current image depicting gay pride, and in here we see where the Atlético de Madrid comes to celebrate its victories, and here we see how it's found in the heart of the city, and architecture, sculpture, and landscape is to be found there. We have arboretums and different promenades, and here there's literary events that are organized, like for instance the Book Fair of Madrid, around very many days in which it unfolds, and we can find tangible and intangible assets here. We firmly believe that this is something that represents the past, and it continues to be very relevant and will be in the future. I actually work in the field of management, actually focusing on the management of the landscape of light. El paisaje de la luz. So we need to consider what its conservation state is. We need to diagnose its state, and we also need to talk about its intensive use, climate change, air pollution, and the different aspects that could be analyzed from the standpoint of building, public spaces, orderly nature, building, collections, ornamental monuments. Here you have a bit of a reference. This shows the municipality of Madrid, practically in its totality, and here you can see how much this asset represents. And the green patch that you see to the left is Casa de Campo. You can therefore see how north, east, south, and west, we have different presences too. And another element that can give you an idea and a flavor of the proportionate size of this area. There's 175 hectares of green areas in this location, and you can actually get an overall idea of what the buffer zone is like. When we took the dossier to Paris, we thought that it wasn't necessary to have a buffer zone because we thought that the buffer zone, precisely because of the idiosyncrasy of our city, didn't require specific regulation because that it did need a regulation. We think that the regulation is necessary to support our urban planning, and we thought we had to proceed in that manner. This is the historic compound of Madrid, except for the core of Carabanchel and the area of the race course and the racetracks. One of the recommendations that were made to us was to nonetheless include a buffer zone, and there it is. Now, the factors that affect this asset, there's factors that have to do with development, factors that have to do with the environment, also natural catastrophes, as the ones that were shared with us yesterday. And there needs to be, for instance, foreseeable planning. And we also need to consider visitors that are sometimes responsibly or irresponsibly visiting the site, the number of inhabitants in the perimeter, which is really not that many, and there's initiatives and unforeseen actions. And I mentioned this, unforeseen actions, because this is something that we quite normally see in Madrid. We actually find out about these actions through the press oftentimes, and it has quite a funny effect on all of us. But this is the way Madrid is. This is why we need regulations. This is why we try to stick to them indeed. Aspects to be borne in mind when protecting and managing this asset: ownership rights, the legal framework, measures to implement protection measures, the plans in force in the municipality of the region where the site is to be found. Also, the management program for the landscape of light, which was created with some strategic guidelines and specific actions already as part of the file, as part of the dossier, because this is indeed one of the necessary elements to be included in the dossier that was sent to Paris. And this is a management program that is alive and kicking, actually. It's a program that right now, actually since we delivered the file in Paris, to this point 99% of actions have been implemented already, but there's many other actions that will be implemented going forward, and we will indeed duly note them so that we can explain in periodical reviews what is it that we're doing in terms of the management of the site. Something very important are the sources and levels of financing. Right now, this is the management of the heritage of the landscape of life. It's funded by the city council, and we really hope that the situation will change in the future if we're fortunate to convert one of the bodies of the management system into an association, so that they can receive their own funds and receive financial support from other administrations, not just the city council. Another aspect that must be borne in mind are the sources of specialization and capacity building on preservation and management techniques. Also, we need to come up with infrastructures and locations for visitors. Very nearby, we're going to have a visitor center for the landscape of light. It's currently being built, and we really hope that we will be able to open it in a month or so. We invite you to come back to Madrid so that you can, of course, enjoy it. Also, policies and programs that have to do with promoting this asset, spreading the word so that citizens love it and own it and feel it like their own. And even though my boss is here, I'm going to say it. Something that we need to work on is increasing the staff and enhancing our technical capacities. There's very few of us devoted to managing this heritage, the landscape of light, and we need more people. We need to have more hands to do the job that we think needs to be done and how we think it should be done, but all in due course. Here you have some components of the landscape of light, the Bank of Spain, the Real Spanish Academy, the ruins of Saint Isidore, the building of Juan de Villanueva in the Botanic Garden, this lovely image of this, the Royal Astronomic Observatory, etc. So here we're talking about management, and management requires that we have a wide array of legal tools. We have the environmental regulation on the one hand side. The environmental regulation in our country is quite extensive. We have legislation from the continent, we have several sets of recommendations, but here we could even account for state-level regulations, regional regulations, and the very many ordinances of the City of Madrid about protection of trees and many other aspects. Now, in terms of urban planning, we also have a concern that stems from the land laws of 2015, the regional land, laws on land, and also the different regulations on air quality. And even though this dates back quite a long time, it's actually a regulation that we are abiding by currently. And then we have all the regulation on historic heritage. The Spanish one dates back to the year 85, and we have the regional one of 2013. Here on these maps that you see on screen, you can see how this is portrayed onto images. From the top left, you can see the core of the city, the heart of the city. To the right, you can see AP001, which is the special protection denomination under the general plan for urban planning. Then below, you have the different heritage images. This is very similar to what's going to be adopted in the December report, which is actually shown on the second image from the left. We also have the different areas, the terrace of Manzanares River, Philip IV areas, and then you also see the different overlaps of protection that exist. We have the urban protection for AP001, and then all the heritage ones too. This one is the AP001, which is the one for heritage. What is the decision on the competence that the administration has regarding the landscape of light? This is something that has been shown in other presentations. On one hand, we have the state. The Ministry of Culture has the competences over surveillance of the assets that are registered in the heritage list. The region of Madrid, through the Regional Directorate for Cultural Heritage, is the one that upholds compliance and makes sure that regulation on heritage is complied with. And at the level of the City Council of Madrid, we must say that we all have our own competences. There's a competence setting process every 4 years, which actually is done with the different mandates. And we must say that in the City Council of Madrid, we have 21 municipal boards, and there's 4 that play a role in the landscape of life, and then there's different government areas, and the ones that have the most importance is ours, that for sports and culture, and also the one for the environment and mobility. They're responsible for maintaining all the trees of that 75% of surface, all those hectares of this asset that are laden with trees. Then the equipment area, which is in charge of renewing the pavements and doing all the projects that revolve around public spaces. And there's other areas that don't have such a key role. the urban development area responsible for urban planning, which in a way should also be working even more. I mean, they work with us on indicators a lot, which is something that I will explain as part of the management plan. But they are the ones that use the geo web of the city council to get all the different geolocalized data to give us an idea as to where we stand. We are at 0.0 right now, so now we have just done the inscription, so we need to draw the baseline indicators, the 0.0 indicators, and see how this evolves. And then they have the body of the landscape of life that may have decisive or decision or proposal capacities, and then we have different committees for this. And then, as I mentioned before, we have this management tool, which is a program. We have a management system, which are the bodies, and then we have a management plan that includes initiatives and actions that are already existent, the experience, knowledge, and capacities that are already existent. Also, it involves coordination between the different administrations and the different institutions that are present. Therefore, the management program model is strategic, programmatic, and executive. At the strategic level, some strategic lines are established that permeate through the whole system. The programmatic model establishes a set of programs following the strategic lines, and at the executive level, they do advisory, coordination, and participation actions. So here you can see the strategic lines. The first one actually tackles re-establishing the landscape of life as a whole part, where we can, for instance, work on disseminating about this asset, science and dissemination and sustainability program, or for instance, strategic line number 2, which actually goes to improve, for instance, mobility, an improvement program for public spaces and the quality of urban landscapes, a program for conservation, for the conservation of infrastructure, sustainability of green areas. And strategic line number 3 refers to governance. For instance, lifelong learning programs, transfer of knowledge and goods, which is knowledge and experiences rather. And this is something very important. It's something that greatly concerns me. We need to be aware of the fact that younger generations also need to care for this. They also need to take the baton and be interested in managing these assets so that they can really commit to this, as the city has done already. Sometimes inadvertently, all citizens in the city have a commitment towards the citizens of the world, because this part of Madrid has been listed as part of the World Heritage List. And this is the way many of us see it, and we want the different citizens to take this on board too. This is actually a file that is part of the dossier of our nomination. And we need to make sure that compliance is in place to prepare the report. And I recently read it, so I can tell you myself that we can be satisfied because we've done a lot of work. There's still a lot of work to do still. There's room for improvement, of course. But we can say that we have already started treading the way forward. We are also going to do monitoring based on KPIs through several administrative regulations or administrative approaches that will help us to do follow-up and to prepare our reports accordingly. Yesterday or the day before, we had a meeting so we could arrange how these reports must be and agree on them, because this is a great reference for us. there will be geolocalized KPIs. There's mobility, demographic indicators, indicators on economic activities and different buildings. The mobility indicators, by the way, can also be checked on the geo portal of the City Council of Madrid. This is accessibility through public transportation, also bicycle lanes, the percentage of women to be found there, also cultural assets, KPIs that also give us information through satellite information. The urban heat island is one of those examples. We also have indicators regarding vegetation, greenery. So we're working together with everyone in urbanism to actually make all this a success. The management bodies will establish in 2018. The Civic and Social Council was the first of them, and this represents the different stakeholders that are part of this asset. And it works through working groups. I'll now explain how many of them there are and what they do. Anyone interested in the landscape of light, who has professional interest in this or has legitimate right to be informed, they will be more than welcome to partake in the Social and Civic Council. There's foundation, professional schools, associations, citizen organizations, amongst other. Another body is the Commission on World Heritage, made up by the three administrations, and then also a scientific advisory council that is independent and also made up by experts in different fields. This image was from the plenary session of this council. We have 7 working groups. There's one that focuses on citizen life, another one on science and innovation, heritage training, also working groups work equally. They are charged with proposing, amending, and they meet 2 or 3 times a year, and their agreements are escalated to the plenary session here. You have more images of the landscape of light. We are creating an online database so that all the different stakeholders that are part of the management bodies, for instance, the Civic Council, can monitor the different activities that are implemented. This is actually one of the objectives that we are meeting. We also have a mobile app, the landscape of light. It's currently being put together. There will be a geolocalized map, and there will be an app that will offer podcasts with a series of lectures or speeches and interviews on different aspects of the landscape of light. We have a provisional website, but we want to have a final one that includes participation modules so that people can participate and upload their pictures, have a 3D tour around the asset, and have access to data. This is actually the image of the interpretation center that we're currently working on. This is the model that we are creating, and we will have a video mapping done on this. I don't want to share the surprise because I know that you will be back to see our center, so you will be able to see it with your own eyes then. So with these images of science, nature, and beauty, I'd like to share my gratitude, and that will be me.
Hola. Sí, creo que ya. Pues nada,
So back on the afternoon session with a round table about the social dimension in the management of cultural landscape. The ideas for each of the attendees here had to have a small intervention to explain their point of view and their case, and then we want to have some time for debate. First of all, we'll have José Fariña, who is a member of the Civic and Social Council of Paisaje de la Luz, Doctor of Architecture, graduate in law, university professor, Professor Emeritus of the Polytechnic University of Madrid, Director of the journal Theoud, expert in best practice of the Ministry of Public Works. And well, she has a long professional trajectory, and he's an important person that has an active part on the Civic and Social Council, having a wonderful job there. So I'm giving him the floor without further ado. Well, thank you. I hope you can hear me right. So, good afternoon. 10, 15 times we have to get to the point, right? I understand that management is in line with involvement, which is critical for management subject matters. So it's something to be taken seriously. I think that the Civic and Social Council, well, you have represented a large array of bodies, entities, etc., that, well, I understand, should focus on two main aspects. The first one, dissemination, and secondly, maintenance or conservation. About dissemination, we should be critical with some things about dissemination that are being done. Sorry, there's a problem with the mic, not just in Madrid, but in other places. 3-4 years ago, I ran a doctoral thesis at the University of Seville that was about this. So, about many World Heritage cities, and then they focused on Santiago, Toledo, and Mérida to see how, well, how the dissemination worked, and they found out that dissemination activities were 50% were about tourism. In broad terms, and the other 50%, some were for residents and teachers, and the other one for researchers and professionals. So it seems tourism is our priority here. But on the second part, they asked some experts what they understood should be the priority activities, and for them, they weren't the activities about tourism. The activities focused on residents and teachers. And then on second and third, the professional side and researcher, and the touristic side was almost came last. Why? Because if we are able to involve the locals, the people, we would have made great progress, because we would have created an identity linked to the place, to the people that live nearby, and that will help for many things, maintenance, many other things, many other matters that are essential and critical. So it is very important that the activities should be focused on locals, on residents or inhabitants, not necessarily the neighbors, right? In Madrid, it will probably be the whole community of Madrid, or the whole city at least. So that we have this motto that is, if people love things, they try to take care of them. But in order to love them, you have to know them first. So we have to make them known, and many people don't know most of our heritage and the cultural landscapes. So it's essential not just to make them know, but to have activities to, to remind this all the time. No, activities are not just a visit, but I mean, like more meaningful activities to see from a historical standpoint what happened with this asset, or how can we help for the preservation. It is being done in some countries in Europe. We're talking about cultural landscapes, not just trees or rocks, like in Paisaje de la Luz, to see how people can help in its preservation. So somehow involvement should be related to management or the engagement. And the management matters should also be focused on activities not just for tourists. It's clear that tourism is important, and this is not just because they are essential or critical, no, the activities dedicated to residents and teachers. And by teachers, I mean schools, high schools, universities, but also because there will be radical changes. And in my professional career, I'm also in tourist matters, and there will be a change in tourism. No, a change helped by energy problems, energy cost, travel. We will have to take into account the distances the tourists come from. So we'll have to see how we make a change for the type of activities we carry out for dissemination, and also the maintenance or preservation, so that the locals help here. So as I was saying before, it's essential for them to love it, to know them, to know what it's about, to make them theirs, to relate to where they live. And I think with this, I didn't overstep my time, right? No, actually, you have more time. Thank you, Jose. Very interesting, your reflection on the dilemma between the people that live in the cultural assets and are the first users of it, and they love it, they take care of it and know it, and also the need for it to be open, of course, to tourists in an orderly way. And I think these are interesting ideas that I'm sure we can get back to in the debate. So we continue with the round table with another speaker. In this case, we're talking about, it's going to be done online, harnessing the new technology. So we have the pleasure of having Elizabeth Brebeck, Director of the Center for Heritage and Society and Professor of Landscape Architecture and Regional Planning at the University of Massachusetts, Amherst. Her current research focuses on culture, land, and heritage, and the interactions of the three in a sustainable society. She's also, she has a robust professional trajectory. She's editor of the journal Taylor and Francis, and also member of ICOMOS. So she has an amazing profile, and it's a pleasure to have her here in this international encounter. Whenever you want, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen here and talk to a few slides and then show you a website. This is a project of the ISCCL that has to do with mapping historic urban parks. And it comes from three aspects that I'm working in: a review of cultural landscapes on the World Heritage List that I'll talk about on Friday, scenario analysis on disaster and climate change migration and what that means for our historic urban parks, and then this effort on the part of the committee, which is essentially a creation of encyclopedia of historic urban landscapes. So the background question is, where do people go in terms of what happens after natural disaster and climate change? In the US, we've had a number of these, Katrina and the 2018 Camp Fire. What happened in the 2018 Camp Fire was, this was in California, was that they ended up, most of them, in a Walmart parking lot, so in a big box retail parking lot. So the realities that exposed were fires were exacerbating an already existing housing crisis in the US, and the housing prices went up more than 50% in the first year. If people wanted to keep their pets, they couldn't enter shelters. They needed to camp. And, but this extension by the corporation, which was lauded at the time, was really a very, very limited time availability. And then post-fire flooding really threatened the campsites. So we are always asking, where do people go during these disasters? and the most vulnerable are the most affected. So there's an immediate need, there's a short-term, and then there's a long-term need on the part of people. We see this also in the US in terms of the Dust Bowl of the 1930s. Refugees were really not kindly received. And in the 1908 earthquake, the city developed tent sites in open spaces, primarily the parklands. And the tent sites had no plumbing or running water, which is not unusual for refugee camps today. And one of the city parks, San Francisco City Park in Franklin Square, again, no running water and semi-permanent cabins, some of which still exist today, but these cabins were in place a minimum of 2 years. So looking at the types of protected open space based on ownership through a legal analysis that I've done in another paper, the local is the most critically affected during disaster periods because, at least in the United States, this is the least protected or the most able to be turned over to another use given a legal new legal use for them. So we've started in the committee, we've started an overview of sites in the Story Map platform, if you're familiar with that, on historic urban public parks, as a way for us to map where those public parks are around the world, but also to begin an analysis of an encyclopedia of where the sites are, but also an analysis of which should be on the World Heritage List and complete theme studies so that local people can identify how important these particular sites are. And that's the link if you want to go to the actual site. I'm going to change screen sharing here quickly and just show you the actual site. So new share, and I am going to this. There we go. So this is the background information. This is open access that is hosted on the Story Map, on the Esri Story Map platform. It gives an introduction. We all have a favorite park near where we live, and then talks about the historic urban public parks doctrinal text, which was approved by ICOMOS in 2017 in Delhi. And this historic urban public parks is the map, is the first step towards a worldwide encyclopedia of the sites, and also the development of an international theme study. So we have just started this project, and you'll see we have 4 sites listed at this point, and we will be sending this out after the meeting to invite more people from the committee to add sites worldwide. So to see each site, you can click on any of these red markers. I've already pulled it up so that it's faster. And then if you click on this one, this is Majors Hill Park in Ottawa, Canada. Each individual, John Zvonar, who is chair of the committee, has added a little bit of historic analysis of this site and why it's important. And then we have additional information. In this case, some historic images and maps, but also you can zoom into the park and on the Story Map platform and see the park in detail. Looking at the additional historic images and maps, we can look at these in detail as well as on a different story map. And then provide that information to potential viewers where you're looking at a whole range of change in this particular site, and I won't go through them all. But if we look at another site, this one happens to be Meridian Hill Park in Washington, D.C. Same kind of analysis. I happen to write this one. But we can also add detail such as a cultural landscape report that was produced for the site. That's available in full download. And then we have other sites here. This is St. James Park in London, England, that at this point doesn't have additional information, but you can add that. So we're looking at going, as I said, we're looking at going out to the committee and asking for additional sites to be added to this map. And this theme study is so important because we have to connect that back to the worldwide importance, the national importance, the local importance of these sites, because they're going to be extremely vulnerable in the coming years to a whole variety of uses as our urban landscapes become more impacted by climate change, disasters, and migration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Muy bien, pues muy interesante.
Very interesting. Thank you so much. Well, Elizabeth told us the need to integrate in long term with the challenges and the most urgent and pressing matters, and that perspective of the territory together with the landscape idea. Now we continue with the roundtable with the next speaker. And now she will also be online. I don't know if we have her on screen.
Esperamos un poco. Vale, sabemos.
Okay, we know she's there, so I'm going to introduce her. It's Maider Maraña, consultant. Hi, Maider. So, yeah, consultant for the UNESCO. She is director of the Bakitic Foundation, an organization for social transformation and conflict resolution based on human rights. As an independent consultant, she's an advisor on culture and human rights in public policies for international organizations such as UNESCO and the European Commission, local governments and associations. She has a degree in history. She has specialized in the field of cultural rights, public policies. I want to thank you for being here today. So whenever you're ready, the floor is yours. So hi, good afternoon, and thank you very much for having me here to be part of this meeting. It is a shame not to be able to be there because I know I have many friends there. Hold on. I'm listening to the translation of my voice. I don't know how I can sort this out.
Bueno, sigo adelante. Bueno, la verdad es que.
So thanks to Monica Luengo that invited me to be part of this roundtable. I'm sorry not to be able to be there. Thinking about the social dimension of cultural landscapes, and I think they're one of the heritage spaces where it's more clear that pressing need that as professionals we can work from a more social gaze, more, well, inclusive gaze. It's true that unfortunately it's something we've been talking about for a while and we'll keep on approaching because we haven't been able to sort out that the need to be involved. It's obvious there is a progress in terms of heritage, and it's a progress that is in constant movement, and we don't understand the same way cultural management, the heritage management today as 20 or 50 years ago when we passed the Convention on World Heritage with UNESCO. But it is true, and it's something we should acknowledge, that we should manage our heritage taking this into account, that this progress of the concept of heritage in any case is always linked to the power structures we have in our society, and this is a reality that this speech for heritage is still something that we encourage to use by listening to some social groups, but generally speaking from a very professionalized gaze from the people who actually are professionals on this, with, well, like full-day professionals on this. And some of the changes we see in terms of understanding the heritage, it changes that in our own social power structure or professional power structure are taking place. So things that we know, accept, include, and evolve, we include them in our heritage, but they're still a reflection of the power structures, and it's true, and there's something we shouldn't admit, although in a very shy way, that there's a larger involvement, or at least more mentions to involvement in our heritage management. And my question is maybe philosophical, and we don't have time to today for this. It has to be more intrinsic values for and how we manage landscapes or world heritage, or is it a general trend in public policies in managing public spaces where we tend to include more and more communities and people? But that the key for involving the people in the public policies and equality and non-discrimination still is something we haven't been able to include the right way in our heritage practices, which is funny because we always tended to make visible the role of heritage in the people's lives. In the 1972, when we passed the Convention of the UNESCO, Article number 5 said something that we tend to forget, but I wanted to mention it today. The Article number 5 asked the signatories to give the heritage a function, a role in collective life and group life, not a function, not a role for us to visit it as tourists or for investigators, as it had been said in previous times. So the role of heritage is something in itself, an active role, an active part, something transformative that serves a purpose in the community. So we have numerous examples. Some of them were already mentioned and will be mentioned, but they exist, and it's important to believe this. There are contradictions and problems when we manage heritage to really be able to respond to social needs without endangering how we understand heritage protection nowadays. Very much focus on preservation, and also when protecting heritage, well, we tend to make some mistakes. So the forced displacement, which is something that seems far away now, especially in some European countries, well, it's not as far as we may think, and it not just only happens in the southern countries or other faraway areas. And we find that many policies are making relocation formulas for the population, sometimes on purpose, sometimes not. And in some of those cases, we accepted that, well, maybe we were wrong. I always mentioned, Petra, how to preserve the asset. We took out all the population without having the Cosmo view and the idea of how this could impact on that social group, and how, since a few years ago, this community, some of them, are coming back to the asset. And in some cases, they are becoming their best, I don't know if to say commissioners, but key agents to be able to better understand that if the asset has a present and a future, it will be together with the community. Also, we have the examples, and I think these are, well, many. Once they are registered or preserved in our lists, for the nationally and locally, they become a product of tourism, and they are spaces that don't always show local values. And in presenting these assets, very few times we come back to the local gaze, or the gaze of the community, the neighbors that live around the assets, to see how they understand that asset, and if they understand that with all the historic an amazing narrative we use when describing our assets. And we should also acknowledge that very frequently some ways of protection of the heritage have generated restrictions for indigenous communities or small farmers. And these are things that sometimes are necessary, but sometimes we have been wrong. And it's good to mention that. And we talk more and more of the involvement of the people, but we have to acknowledge that we still don't work with the most vulnerable population, and our heritage doesn't include the disruptive gays or the one from the minorities and others, well, not so small, that are what is known as vulnerable population, or well, more at risk, that are not included in our heritage. For example, it's one of the things I like to mention always in Europe, but also in Spain, is the gypsy people, and their heritage is one of the examples that we still never remember. We don't register the assets of this community and other discriminations that are still there. So I don't have time to mention them all because, well, there are many, but the heritage should be a more useful answer for our communities, for what we are today. I don't have all the answers, not even any answers in many cases, but we should think about the reality that our current heritage management is not giving an answer to the communities, not responding to them. We don't have effective involvement formulas, especially in the decision-making processes, and this can be seen with many assets of the heritage, even in those cultural landscapes that have been registered in the big leagues, such as, well, World Heritage. No, I don't have the data, the results of the reports, and I am waiting for them, and we'll have them in a couple of years, but the answers of the assets, when they mention the way the involvement, the numbers, etc., are still very, very low. And, well, from nomination processes and to management, we move forward without thinking about who are the real owners, who does this heritage belong to. And this is something that we don't tend to take into account. When we have the 5.5C about the community in terms of the World Heritage, we shouldn't be surprised when we have the first 4 Cs. We didn't think about including the community, and it wasn't until later that we included it. And in spite of the operational directives and other instruments are validating more and more and making more cross-sectional that social involvement of different groups, that, well, rights approach, there's still a long way to go. Not everything is black. There are cases I like to mention, like Bimatrinak in Canada, that has other things wrong. I'm not going to say everything is better. In 2013, it's presented for the first time before the Committee of World Heritage, and it developed an intense dialogue with the First Nations, indigenous communities, and groups. And throughout different decisions of the committee in 2016 and 2018, we considered more and more the dialogue carried out by the state of Canada with the indigenous communities, and how we had encouraged some governance that, well, showed a dialogue in managing the asset and also the relationship of culture and nature for the indigenous people. And before I wrap up, I want to mention the gender topic. Even if we all mention it, we take small steps, so 1 step further and 2 steps backwards. And even the UNESCO says that in the last report on creative economy and the situation of the cultural sector, we take very small steps. In the case of UNESCO and the World Heritage List in 2013, we were able to pass by the committee that all new nominations should include the gender-neutral language. Not even inclusive, but gender-neutral. But that's where we are, and we are still with registrations and identifying assets. But when, well, there was a conference where a colleague mentioned how some assets are registered, making invisible women that are there, and you cannot see them, and even when they are registered, in the implementation you don't answer to the specific needs of the women, or how the cultural landscapes can have transformative cases in our equality challenges. So we still have challenges in terms of social equitable involvement. We still have to, well, we have a lot of work to do, and I know this is not done in 1 year or two, so we need transformative communities to involve the indigenous people, and not always dissemination and not always public consultations. People that work on heritage tend to more and more, well, in addition to being specialists, we have to be enablers, not to be the only ones with the decision-making power, but to enable other real spaces for involvement and to make a reality the right to cultural heritage by encouraging governance systems that are, well, with more involvement from the people. And this is what I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you.
Desde luego muy interesante todo lo que has comentado, la necesidad de poner en foco en el.
So, well, focusing on the heritage communities, local gaze, the paradox that you may have in some cases when you're protecting at the same time, when protecting you are putting at risk, so elements that are very important that you should take into account in any reflection made in this subject matter. So we continue with this roundtable, and the next speaker is Alicia Castillo, professor in the University Complutense, specialist in managing cultural heritage, university lecturer in archaeology, specializing in cultural heritage management, advisor to the Vice Director for Culture, Sports and University Extension, or the Complutense University, Director of the Cultural Heritage Management Research Group, Coordinator of the Inter-University Master's Degree in Cultural Heritage in the 21st Century, also member of ICOMOS, was also President Chair of the Spanish National Committee until from 2018 to 2021, and well, he has a long and robust trajectory in cultural heritage. It is a pleasure to have her here today in this roundtable, and the floor is yours, Alicia, whenever you are ready. Well, thank you, Lucas, and thank you for the invitation to the organizers, of course, Monica and Carmen. And well, it's a huge pleasure to be here, to enjoy the 50th anniversary of a convention that brings us together, all of us here, because I think we are all a community in itself, and with common interests. So many of the things that have been said we share. No, I'm not going to repeat what has been said. No, I almost agree with everything that has been said. And I think I'm going to insist on something that I believe this community is worried about, because most of us here, well, we are very sensitive to the world heritage, cultural heritage, but as professionals, well, many of you here today, we have to be critical with ourselves.
And I'd say that this is something that indeed has to do with what we have been doing for many years, because there's active public policies that stand behind this, but something that is essential is our training. When I started working on social aspects, we were approaching this from the perspective of doing everything for the people without the people, right, in the past. But in the charter, it was already established that there was a need for communication and for education. But when you actually come to think about the fact that this is something that should be there from the very outset, because sometimes when heritage policies don't really make it as far as they should. So when I started seeing this, the first thing that I started to reflect on was, okay, what is my training with regards to this? Because many of us come from legal areas, from the administration, from technical areas, except from the archaeological and anthropological branches. The rest of us don't really have that much training with regards to communication and people. And I still think that the anthropological and ethnographic perspective, it's still very descriptive. Its approach to participation is really not that practical. So this is why in our group we started a while ago to start to work with people who work with people, sociologists, social psychologists, etc. And on that basis, we started to create a methodological compound or complex, because we know that refurbishing a building is not something that should be done just by any architect. You need your specific training and you need your specific knowledge. But it looks like for participation, anyone can do it. Because we as citizens, we can participate, we can be activists, we can be volunteers, and so on. So we take for granted that for management and governance, this makes you knowledgeable enough to tackle this. From the standpoint of management, it's a very different thing to go out to the streets to protest or to advocate for something. But if you're there sitting at the managing position and you want to engage with communities, you need to have people who are specialists in working with people. And it's not those of us who have been traditionally working on cultural heritage. So we thought, okay, let's come up with methodologies, because in order to do restoration, you have your methodologies, but in order to make people participate, you also need a methodology, and those methods and methodologies are something that are ever present in knowledge building. For instance, descriptive capacities. Who are these people? Who are those communities? I mean, it's not just about capturing the opinion of people and listening to what they have to say. Social perception studies are basic. They should be basic throughout the process, and they need to be present. When Carmen was talking about evaluation indicators, I was very clear about conservation KPIs. You even showed wonderful satellite images with heat maps and everything. But do we have social indicators? Do we have adequate social indicators? Have these indicators been created based on how the citizens of Madrid are perceiving all this? To illustrate this, in 2012, we had the chance to do an in-depth work about perception on 3 cities, Alcalá de Henares, Toledo, and Córdoba. And we came up with qualitative and quantitative studies, social studies, with specialists, with social psychologists. And we did a poll, like the ones that do in politics, with a narrow margin of 5%. One of the cool questions was what World Heritage meant to them. And one of the most common answers was that it meant that it was cleaner. It was a cleaner city. So I wonder whether the work that we do really deserves such an answer. Maybe we deserve such an answer because we haven't been able to communicate what this really means. But if citizens think that because their city is considered World Heritage, it just needs to be clean, that's kind of sad, isn't it? And then this goes back to something that the colleague mentioned before. There's a myth around this. It's not true in the answers, actually, that people gave us. They don't really link back to heritage values or tourism, all those things that have been at the forefront for us for many years. Another input that was really striking in this poll was that people were uninterested. We were very obsessed with some aspects because we had a very archaeological perspective on historic urban landscapes, and we talked a lot about archaeological conflict. Some of the cities have had very tough interventions from the standpoint of archaeology, and they had received very bad press. And this conflict dimension was not really that relevant for them. Not even actions against the harms done to heritage. Most answers actually were showing an interest, lack of interest. I'm not breaking the news to you, am I? But it's something that we could double check through this poll. Simply, citizens are not interested in heritage. So this should really make us think. We really need to reconsider all the machinery that we have up and running, and we should really reconsider what this means. And this is about the perception, the perception amongst citizens. So this has to do with the perceptive side and also with interpretation. I think that both speakers have mentioned it before, because narratives and speeches are very important. For instance, in Aranjuez or San Lorenzo del Escorial, in the 80s, we created the narrative about this. So this needs to be revamped, because we as professionals, we changed our concepts, and those that inhabit those spaces now have a different gaze on those spaces. So in terms of perception, I think the interpretation of the site is also very relevant and significant. And then also we need to see how to channel this. Because if we lack the knowledge about the assets, and this doesn't really mean that we must leave aside art, archaeology, and laws. No, it's not about that. But we also need to factor in the social dimension at the very cell level, because the administrative apparatus is not more important than it. It's just adding on top of it. So from our management strategy, I don't know how much time I have left. Okay, just a minute. So we thought that it would be very important to approach participation as a process, not participation for the sake of participation. Sociologists call this participative processes. After 10 years, I've come to grasp this, because this is a bit of methodology. It's not something spontaneous. They're not just going to fall in love immediately, head over heels, for the landscape of light. There's a process behind this, and it's something that has been researched in many different contexts since the 60s, and this can be applied to heritage management, and it's something that we can really do as long as it's led by professionals, and as long as we accept the value of this process. It's not going to happen overnight. We're not going to have everyone fall in love with our cultural heritage all of a sudden. That requires a lengthy communication process, a dialogue too, where all parts give and take. We are not just mediators. We're not just facilitators from our managing positions. We also need to listen. We don't just need to be heard. We need to listen to. We need to know what people think about the spaces, because there's a built memory around this, and there's an imagery that stems from this too. And also we need to consider who our audience is. You cannot speak the same to tourist operators as you do with neighbors communities, and that's different, and you need to structure that. And finally, we need to have targets. We need to have objectives. We cannot spread ourselves too thin. And of course, this has to do either with the governance model and that change that we all long for, so that everyone would be more inclusive, to be gender equal, all that. We would love that. But my recommendation for our managing strategies, if you dare do this, because I think this is a door that's already opened and there's no closing back, and we need to enhance participation, and in order to do that, we need to set objectives for ourselves. So when we get to the specifics, then consider what is it that we can do best? What is the low-hanging fruit? What is it that we should aim at the longer term? So if we consider that the Cathedral of St. James can be being restored with millions of euros, don't think that it's the technicians that are going to be doing and the rest of the administration. We need specific teams, as we need them for urban planning and to enhance the participation. This is what I would request to the managers. So this needs to be budgeted too. That's what I would request. Thank you. Thank you, Alicia. I completely share that need to go beyond illustrated despotism, and that sometimes revolves around heritage. Maybe we need to be realistic. I mean, it's a bit of an eye-opener, but it looks like we need to really consider whether citizens are interested or not in heritage. We are going to finally finish our roundtable with Carmen Roja. I introduced her before in the session where she explained the management of the landscape of light, and now she's going to talk to us about the social dimension. So over to you, Carmen. I think that the social dimension, in addition to what I already mentioned, because I actually didn't have enough time, I could just give you some headlines as to what we do to manage the landscape of light. It's a really complex thing to do, and it started to weigh on me because there's a lack of professionalization. And I myself, I suffer that. The Civic and Social Council for the Landscape of Light is a body that Professor Fariña is very well acquainted with. We've met with him very many times. It's a very complex body, and it serves different purposes, and there's very many people involved. So the role of the city council and administrations as a whole, it's to be determined, because so far the role of the city council is that of fostering the link between people with different interests. It's not the same to talk to the neighbors association of Sol or Letras or Northern Retiro or the Association of Friends of this area. It's not the same talking to them as it is to talk to a professional school or an entity, the Prado Museum or any other museum. So making such a group of heterogeneous people meet under a working group is indeed a very enriching experience on the one hand side, but also quite an exhausting activity. And there's a need for professionalization. We need to consider the methodology necessary. And I personally, or Luis, who has been coming with me to the sessions in the last few years, we do it based on our goodwill with Carlota Bustos, who's here, Paula Ramos, who has attended very many sessions. There's many of us who have indeed been part of the sessions, but we sometimes leave feeling a bit better. I mean, this complex and unique social council, because I don't think there's very many like this in Spain or elsewhere. It's something that offers a wonderful opportunity to feed from one another, to learn from one another. And actually, this management program was devised because of the complexity of the site. The site is extremely complex. It's not just about the local population. I wouldn't even talk about the local community, because this is a vast minority compared to the large amount of people who work there. The staff that works at the Landscape of Life is huge. Not to even mention the other very large group, which is that of tourists. And yesterday I did raise my concerns about this topic. I think it's a weakness that we have, because we're a very small team and our vision is not optimized. I mean, we don't really have the best perspective to approach tourism, because the technical and political objectives are not convergent. That could be one reason. But also, there is a lack of participation because we don't have the necessary methodologies in place. I've been part of other participative processes
being part of the city council. I don't trust participative processes very much, and I don't think that tenders for architecture guarantee the success of a building. It's just like that. I think it's good to collaborate and to share ideas, but there needs to be a parallel pathway that results in understanding and that results in a bit of give and take, as my colleague said. We all need to do that a little bit. And sometimes it takes quite a bit of an effort. In the Civic and Social Council, I didn't really have time to elaborate on this, but Luis mentioned it, I think. One of the recommendations that we were given by the Swiss architect who came to assess us, he already recommended that the Civic and Social Council shall be empowered. He participated in some plenary sessions, and he enjoyed the plenary session because he saw how it managed to unfold, but I myself had to explain things, and I had to keep with the meeting, and I know how to do that indeed. But it was obvious that we had to empower this council, and the only approach that we came up with was through our legal framework, making it an association, a free association with chairmanship, deputy chairmanship, and a plenary session, and a board. And of course, he would have legal entity, legal power, and we thought that would be the best way to go ahead. One of the surprises that I got when explaining this situation to the board as such was that not everyone likes this, because they thought that attending a session of the Civic and Social Council was about complaining about the problems of citizens, taking your complaints to the City Council. That role of the City Council as part of the Civic and the Social Council must be restricted, must be limited, so that we can now focus on creating a community and paving the way so that this council can become mature enough for us to walk together. And the day they decide that the City Council no longer needs to be the secretary, that some other association can take on that role, we will just have another vote as part of the assembly. Just like the region of Madrid that has its own competences, as I explained before, or the state that also participates in our plenary sessions. Yes, we need that specialization and that participation, and we need a method. Actually, a university has approached us to do some consultations, and we are using the university to help us do polls amongst certain groups of people. And we hear that now in November they're going to create some sort of therapy group, so to speak, so they can come up with agreements on some aspects. This is a mature society, I think, but we here in Madrid, we are very used to being overly focused on our things without seeing what's happening on our side. So we focus on our competences and on our own thing. And when we have to tackle a topic like this, which is so cross-cutting and so collective, we like it, because at the end of the day, who doesn't enjoy participating in such a large collective and group of people and being part of such a situation? But sometimes you realize that your role only goes so far, and that is a bit discouraging. So in terms of participation, that's what I wanted to share. Thank you very much, Carmen.
resulta, entre otras cuestiones también.
Carmen has also highlighted the importance that methods have. Alicia mentioned that before. We need people experts, people who are experts on people, right? And sometimes this is a bit striking, but they're really necessary. And we normally work by doing, and I mean, it's very important to have the necessary stakeholders so that we can facilitate the process. Well, then we can spike the discussion now. So I encourage you to ask questions to our different participants, our different panelists. And please go ahead and pick up on any of the topics that have been raised, whenever you will.
Hola. Buenas tardes. Bueno, quería...
Good afternoon. I wanted to congratulate all the different speakers because it's been an excellent and enriching discussion. We've all learned from this, and we've learned so much that this has actually raised many doubts in my mind. I want to ask a question to Alicia. I've worked with her for very many years, but she never ceases to surprise me when I hear her, and that is wonderful. I've been very critical towards communities and participation, but she mentioned something that I think us members of ICOMOS have sometimes thought of, I guess. We are forcing ourselves to incentivize the participation of people in heritage processes, but we are not experts on the matter. And you focus your intervention on that precisely, and I think it's very interesting. So I wanted to ask you whether there's any initiatives that could help us who work on heritage to get trained. Or where could we go so that we know how to include other professionals? Because I'm not the right person to do it. I think that art historians must be there interpreting heritage and doing many other things. But I'd like to know how to do this better. Thank you. I'd like to make many points. There's been so many years together and so many adventures, right, Telia? Well, thank you for the question. And by the way, this circles back to training. For many years, from my humble experience, I've been delivering courses and doing very many things. And I must say that I started off working with mediators, social psychologists in the University of the Basque Country who worked on conflict resolution. Maybe Maite knows Ramon Alzante, who is a professor, and he worked with ETA-related issues, which was the terrorist group that we had in Spain. And then Marta Domínguez from Complutense University and Eloisa Pérez, who leads the Public Observatory of Museums. We collaborated with all of them, but except Eloisa, who knew a lot about museums, the other professionals, they didn't know anything about heritage. So this is also a very interesting process, I think. Right now, we are starting to find people, and I am including myself here because for many years I've been working with them. Now we're starting to find people who really specialized in this. The first time we met with the psychologists and sociologists, the discussions were complex. It happens with law too. Becoming a lawyer doesn't make you an expert in heritage. You study for many years, you get your degree on law, and you're not necessarily an expert on anything in particular. The same happens here. So ethnography, for instance, is very close to this from the standpoint of cultural values. They normally work from the descriptive and critical perspective, and they don't focus on intervention. So we need that contribution, but we also need other branches of social sciences. And I raised this because this was a very lengthy dialogue. And the very first polls, the very first focus groups, they were very difficult to organize. These therapy groups, as we call them, they were difficult to organize. And in anthropology, we have been interviewing people for many years, but doing the surveys, doing these polls, it was difficult. It was difficult to design them, and it was difficult to come up with a method or a methodology. Something that made me feel very uncertain, and there were very many brave people in my profession who dared to do this. They have done, they have interviewed 3 people, and they say the opinion of people is this. I don't like that. I think that's inadequate and populistic. So we need to enhance participation, and when we set out to do this, we engaged with the professionals. And now to your point, and I must say that I think this is the only place in Spain where this is happening, but I know that it's happening elsewhere too. We have a very specific social perspective here, and we have social use as a very specific entity, and this is something that anthropologists, sociologists, and psychologists focus on, and it's a branch, it's a specialty in our masters. The masters that was initiated by him, well, amongst other people, with Mr. Fariña, but I don't think this is done elsewhere in Spain. I only know our case that offers that very specific specialty area. And there's people who have been hired by Fundación Santa María Real and others, and they're starting to even do internships in the region of Madrid too, because they're feeling a gap. It was necessary. I mean, from the standpoint of our history, you can of course do it, but the same as you got educated on UNESCO policies, for instance, or you get, I don't know, you get your training on technologies applied to heritage. This is more the same. I mean, it's the same way forward. I think it's very necessary to introduce the heritage perspective. We need to have people specialists who specialize on heritage. Thank you very much. That's very interesting indeed. Please make a brief comment so that we can give the floor to other participants. Can I go ahead then? Yes, but they cannot hear me. Oh, now they can hear you.
I wanted to say that I fully agree with Alicia. For those of us in urban planning, it's been many years that we've been clear that we have to make teams of different, made up of different professionals, so that amongst all of us, we can do something that is consistent. Well, there's a motto we have, a clear one. This information that should be handled by the professional to gather it and then leave it for us. More education, which equals a non-demagogic decision. Because involvement entails a decision by the parties involved. And for that, people to decide, not in a demagogic way, they have to have an education first. So they have to be able to know what we are talking about. But, I mean, it doesn't make sense if it's not that way. The involvement is useless that way.
Excellent dialogue on social indicators. I wanted to make 2 points. Open spaces are really what the landscape of light is about, and I think that there are some good methods. My training 40 plus years ago is in applied behavioral research in landscape architecture. So we learned many methods and have exercised and used them and varied them over the years. The second point I'd like to make is it seems most of the voices on this panel are from Madrid, but having participated in the Organization of World Heritage Cities as an observer 2 weeks ago, I wanted to say that they have a roadmap, one of the highest goals of which is for the cities of World Heritage to work well and be livable for the residents. And their explanation of this is that if the city is good for the residents, the city will be good for the tourists. And there, of course, are multiple issues falling out of that. But my point would be that there are World Heritage cities that have been on the list for decades and for a few years, and they're not brand new at the game. And there may be a whole cadre of other cities that could help Madrid shape the social indicators as well as other factors going forward.
Okay, thank you very much. No, Carmen, ¿quieres responder o...?
Carmen, do you want to answer, or maybe Maida? I don't know. I wasn't able to listen to the question from here, so I'm not able to answer.
Yo creo que estaba haciendo una valoración.
Sí,
sobre la...
sí, bueno, más de la valoración, pero si alguien quiere, digamos, comentar la valoración o por parte de la reflexión que haya tenido en cuenta.
So, yes, how can we apply this to the city of Madrid? It was an example of social engagement and organizations as a summary. Well, the use of the methodology of an open space in this area, I think, is one of the... I mean, we're already doing that, right? Sorry, no, the mic is being used now. Thanks to the civil servants of urban planning, we are using this, and thanks to the satellites, our own satellites, and the information, through our mobile phones to be able to control these things. There are other matters that cannot be used with that technology, or at least I don't know it. And back to professionalization, I'm a civil servant, but I'm an architect and into the refurbishment of buildings. In addition to the landscape of light, Paisaje de la Luz, and I am, well, there are many applications, but, well, duly noted, and we will try to look into it, yes. Yes, the space can be confusing. We're talking about our methodology, which is mediation in large groups, but somehow the Civic Council has this part of the job, which is an attempt to mediate in large groups, not necessarily the open space or techniques very much linked to we're working in conflicts in spaces like that, but it is an approach. And I think it's a good suggestion. But sometimes the conflict, you mentioned in your councils or committees, you have a neighbor or a local with a professional such as Pepe. In order to put them together, it's difficult to set up a dialogue because the type of training and background, and so with this methodology, you focus more the targets, and you can focus more the specific topics to deal with, and that can carry some results that help us, well, dive deep into it, because you open up a debate about how do you, land at that, bring that down to earth, right? Techniques such as open space could be useful, yes, and in line with what we were saying before, for the need of a method that could be an alternative in what is offered another system applied and the procedures for social involvement. I don't know if we have time for one last question. I'm not sure. Yes? Well, good afternoon. I think it was all the debate was very interesting, and yes, the citizens' involvement is essential, the relationship between institutions and citizens, but I believe that it's necessary, especially in a landscape such as Madrid's situation, the landscape of light, where we have different neighborhoods that are included in this new map, and that conversation or dialogue. I think it's important to be clear on the topics we want to deal with, what we want to debate, and where do we want to get because I am clear on the fact that we need to talk to each other, that from conversation we have new ideas and projects, but what matters do we want to include? No, I guess I wasn't part of this group. I have never been since the proposal started, but I'd like to know what topics were discussed with these groups of citizens, and what other topics, now that the project has been implemented and is ongoing, are going to be debated. Well, Carmen, maybe you can answer that. We've already been working together for several years, and we've touched upon all kinds of topics that have to do with the well-being of the people and preservation of the assets, projects, the use of the heritage, like very diverse topics, and we just want to improve things and try to see where problems are and try to implement measures, communicating them to the institutions that may help and sort out problems, etc. We also harness these working forums to tell the rest of the community about some projects, and to be better informed. And well, what's the goal? Well, when informing, well, to be able to worry, to care, so that when the council, committees and association, the subject matters are approved in each working group, and that the governing board will approve that, and the assembly will approve them in turn too, if they so consider, the General Assembly, without the need to debate it. So the place to debate are the working groups that the Assembly may encourage, as many as they consider. So the goal is for the committee to have an opinion on the management of the asset, to be involved, to have a voice, one unique voice to tell this administration or this other, this is okay, this is not okay. This is what our community wants, and we are saying that there's not only neighborhood associations, but we have museum institutions, the Bank of Spain, or the Congress, the Spanish Congress. Well, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we've run out of time today, so I want to thank all the participants for being here today, all the attendants. I hope the debate was interesting and the presentations that we carried out. Thank you, Maider and Elizabeth, Carmen, Alicia, and Jose. And also I'd like to end by thanking the City Hall for the initiative to make this international encounter, and for the organization, and also for the General Management of Luis Lafuente and Mónica Luengo for her job. Thank you to them all. And well, the meeting is over. Thank you.